Are you fucking kidding me? Whoa. There's no audio. I know wavelength music was going. Where the fuck? Unhide? Wait, has it just been hidden? No.
But it's not that topic, the first topic of this video, because, well, I don't have my cigarette all lit up yet today, you know what I'm saying? Today, I'm going to be smoking a little bit of a Kentucky's Best Gold Light cigarette, and without further ado, it is now time for me to go ahead and, well, get this pack of cigarettes all opened up. Go ahead and get one.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. Everything's fucked. How? This should work.
One of these cigarettes out. Go ahead and get it in my mouth. Go ahead and grab my lighter off of my cooler right here without knocking my paper down or anything like that. And now it is time for me to go ahead and get, well, my Kentucky's Best Gold Light cigarette all lit up. And then after that, I'm going to go ahead and start talking about, well, my opinion on cannabis as a cigarette smoker. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get this lit up, though. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? So, the first topic I'm going to be talking about today, as said, is whether I would smoke weed if it was legalized. And the answer to this is very simple. Yes, I'm going to be smoking weed if it's legal and everything like that kind of thing. That is for sure. However, I do not have any plans to smoke weed daily. It's going to be something I use very much in moderation, just like with alcohol. My personal usage of alcohol is very much, very moderated, let me just put it that way kind of thing. I don't drink alcohol very much, maybe once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks or something like that kind of thing, not very much. So cannabis for me is going to be the exact same way, is going to be the exact same way. It's going to be something I use on a Friday night or a Saturday night or something like that kind of thing, or it's going to be something that if I had a particularly tough day or something like that kind of thing, I'm going to smoke some before I go to bed just to chill out and relax and everything like that, you know what I'm saying? Just like I would with cigarettes or with a cigar or something like that kind of thing, except with cannabis instead. But it's not going to be something that I use on a daily basis. It's just going to be something that I use very much in moderation, just for fun and everything like that kind of thing. And yeah, I'm just going to use cannabis every once in a while. But will I be smoking weed if it's legal? Yes, I will, 100%. You know what I'm saying? I will definitely be picking up some weed, that is for sure. You know what I'm saying? But that's pretty much all I have to say about the first topic of this video.
I watched a few of his videos.
If I would smoke weed if it was legal, the simple answer is yes. Just not too much. You know what I'm saying?
I watched a few of this guy's videos like a long time ago. I don't understand why he's like doing this. Like the whole thing is cigarette reviews. I don't understand how he's gotten 370,000 subscribers from cigarette reviews. Discord is the devil. You're not wrong. And like most of it, I think the only reason he's gotten the amount of subscribers he has from cigarette reviews is because he always sounds like he's on meth and looks like he's on meth, but he's a goody two shoes. Very strange. And it's Jacob fucking Jones. And he always does the yes sir, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, and just says you know what I'm saying like way too much. You've never seen him before? Well, this is gonna be weird. Why the fuck? Spacebar. Work.
The second thing I want to talk about in today's video, though, is whether I think cannabis is safer to smoke than cigarettes. What is my opinion on that? Well, I'm going to go ahead and have to flip the page over to go ahead and remember what I wrote down and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? Well, do I think cannabis is safer than cigarettes? The simple answer is no. I do not think cannabis is any safer than cigarettes.
You're dumb.
This is indeed a point that I do think will bring some controversy, that is for sure. But in my personal opinion, at least, cannabis is still something that is not meant to be in your lungs, and as such, it's still bad.
Yeah,
weed still contains a lot of tar and carcinogens, many of which are the same as cigarette smoke, at least according to the American Lung Association, but of course take that with a grain of salt because they are indeed a staunchly anti-smoking organization, obviously, as their name is literally the American Lung Association. I think they care a lot about their lungs, that is for sure. I personally think, though, that cannabis is just as unsafe as cigarettes due to this reason. I don't think it's any more safe, but I also don't think it's any more unsafe than cigarettes. Excuse me. I've also seen studies that say that cannabis is more unsafe than cigarettes, but I don't really care, nor do I really buy that. It's just smoke from a different plant, and as said, I don't really consider cigarettes, or I don't really consider cannabis, smoking cannabis, to be any more safe or any more unsafe than cigarettes. I consider them to be right at about the same level and everything like that, you know what I'm saying? But of course, I've also heard a lot of talk about how weed is safer to smoke than cigarettes. But I have seen a distinct lack of reputable studies to back it up. If you disagree with me on this statement, I do realize this is probably one of the most controversial statements I'll be saying in today's video. Of course, I encourage you to name some studies in the comments down below. However, that's just my opinion on smoking cannabis. What is my opinion on edibles? Do I think edibles are unsafe as well? No. Edibles are, in my personal opinion, mostly harmless in my personal opinion, you know what I'm saying? Just like snus and nicotine pouches, it provides a much more reduced health effect, in my personal opinion at least. So as such, edibles, in my personal opinion at least, are a lot less harmful than smoking cannabis itself, that is for sure, you know what I'm saying? That's pretty much all I have to say on the second topic of this video. The third topic of this video is what are my thoughts on the health benefits of cannabis? Frankly put, I don't really think that cannabis has as many positive health effects as some articles would like you to believe. For many positive health claims, there is simply little to no evidence to back it up, and by little to no evidence, I mean there is a distinct lack of reputable sources and everything like that kind of thing, reputable studies, reputable sources, etc. You know what I'm saying? I don't really think cannabis is a cure-all medicine by any means. However, I do indeed see it get marketed that way a lot, which does indeed make sense because, well, if you market cannabis as a medicine, maybe it'll have a higher chance of getting legalized. It's understandable. It makes a lot of sense. And honestly, I would do the exact same thing. You know what I'm saying? However, even though I just said that I definitely do not think cannabis has as many positive health effects as a lot of people would like you to believe, I do think that it can help massively with a lot of different things, including but not limited to anxiety, depression, anger management, bad sleep, arthritis, other disability issues. To an extent, of course, cannabis wouldn't have cured Stephen Hawking. Rest in peace. I also think cannabis can help a lot with opiate addiction, and I do indeed think that cannabis can completely replace
Understand that one.
or I do not think that cannabis can completely replace opiates, sadly, but I do think a lot of low-dose prescriptions can be replaced with, well, cannabis. And overall, just fuck opiates. I don't like opiates. It's pretty messed up. They're getting everybody and their mom addicted kind of thing. It's pretty messed up in my personal opinion. Obviously, cannabis can't help too much if you're in massive pain all the time and your dosage of opiates is just to an insane level and everything like that kind of thing. I don't think cannabis can help with that if you are in massive pain all the time and everything like that. But if you're on opiates because of your arthritis or something like that kind of thing, I definitely do think cannabis might be a good replacement. And it's something that I've actually seen a decent amount of reputable studies proving that it could actually be a good replacement for opiates, specifically for arthritis and some other minor disability issues. Major disability issues, of course, are a completely different story, and I'm not going to talk about my opinion on that in today's video because, well, I guess I will talk about my opinion on that in today's video because I don't really think cannabis can help a lot with major disability issues like with what Stephen Hawking had and everything like that. I certainly do not think cannabis would have helped one bit. But overall, I believe that cannabis can be a great resource for individuals to sit back and reflect on their actions, behavior, and future goals, and to generally and I'm getting my words all jumbled up. Overall, I believe that cannabis can be a great resource for individuals to sit back and reflect on their actions, behavior, and future goals, and is overall a generally good thing for a person's mental health as long as moderation is used to some extent. That's just my personal opinion, though. And in my personal opinion, at least, cannabis can help a lot with, as said, anxiety, depression, anger management, bad sleep, arthritis, other minor disability issues, and possibly opiate addiction as well. All of which I definitely think are 100% true. I totally think that cannabis can help a lot with those things, you know what I'm saying? But of course, that's not a complete list. That's just what I could think of off the top of my head, you know what I'm saying? But
the fucking catchphrases.
Man, getting the ash all over my paper and everything like that, you know what I'm saying? But
what the fuck is he
doing? The fourth
doing?
topic I'm going to be talking about in today's video is going to be whether I think cannabis should be legalized on the federal level. Yes, it should be. Cannabis should be legalized on the federal level, 100%. There's no reason not to. I'll be getting to that last point in a little bit, that is for sure. But yes, in my personal opinion, I do definitely think that cannabis should indeed be legalized on the federal level. I'd also appreciate it if it wasn't taxed too much. I like my cheap cigarettes. I like my cheap beer. I like cheap stuff kind of thing. And as such, I'm sure that I would like cheap cannabis as well. That is for sure. Growing cannabis plants as well would be pretty fun. Ideally, 5 or more kind of thing would be pretty cool. However, I can't realistically see federally legally speaking at least, that more than 2 or 3 would be allowed without a permit. I cannot see more than 2 or 3 being allowed without a permit, but I don't really think that law would be enforced unless you're illegally selling cannabis without a license and everything like that, you know what I'm saying? Being able to freely move cannabis between states and allowing cannabis companies to operate between states is a great thing as well, because it's just going to eliminate the entire hassle. Right now, cannabis companies cannot really freely operate between states. If a cannabis company wants to sell in both California and in Colorado, well, they're going to have to go to different groweries. They're going to have different distribution methods and everything like that kind of thing. It's literally separated by a state in the middle and everything like that kind of thing. They literally cannot connect everything up.
It looks like he's never smoked in his life.
But if they can start freely moving cannabis between states and everything like that kind of thing, that's going to be a fantastic thing because, well, it's just going to provide a great breeding ground for cannabis startups and innovation, in my personal opinion. And overall, it's going to make it a lot easier for cannabis companies as a whole to sell their product for a cheaper price, in my personal opinion. With legality, though, we need, as said before, low taxes and low regulations. This means that if we have low taxes and low regulations, it means that there will be low startup and low running costs.
I don't understand why he's doing this. Like, this guy, he's got to be a lol cow, right? This is like people watching because it's funny how weird he is about everything. And I bet he was just like, I have people that watch me a lot, and I have power now, and I should wield it responsibly. You know? Nah. Like, I just, I don't think anybody was really gung ho for the cigarette guy's opinions on policy. Yeah, no, he does just do videos for the lols, but I don't understand why he would do something with this type of detail. Not like that he's talking about something a lot, but what he's talking about. Yeah, yeah, that, but still, this feels very like I can make a difference. Like the level of detail and how it feels like he's very like uh, it feels like he doesn't know what he's talking about, but those pages that he printed out that he said were his thoughts about it are just like things he found on Google and doesn't really have like the awareness in that category to know that what he's talking about is like kind of obscure and weird to talk about in this type of opinions video. Like just randomly bringing up how many plants each person should have. That's such a weird detail. Like why, who gives a fuck? Not that, nobody cares about that. That's like a very small portion of people that would care about weed stuff. Like to the extent of it being legal because they want to smoke it. They don't care near like there's a far smaller group of them that give a shit about how many plants you can have. They'd probably care more about how many plants you could buy. And I feel like he thinks that a lot of people that smoke weed would just start growing it themselves in their house. Mike, what does that even mean? Mike, I mess up everything I do. Except my opinions. I'm kidding, I fucked those up too. Fixed them.
which will make it easy for mom and pop groweries and dispensaries, which I like. I like supporting small businesses and everything like that kind of thing. I'm a fan of that. So I would certainly love to see low taxes and low regulations, that is for sure. But if
Like this. Why is he talking about the taxes for weed? He's a cigarette review channel, and he's like, my opinions on weed as a cigarette smoker. And you just like, you'd think he'd talk about like the ramifications of smoking compared to cigarettes and like what it does to you. But he's talking about like regulation. Like, not if it should be legal, but how it should be legal. That's the weird part. Yeah, but okay. So I think the best way to like get the point I was trying to make a minute ago across is like the how it should be legal, not why. Um it I feel like that's the whole conversation with the type of people that would watch this or like this channel is the why it should be legal, not like the nitty gritty of what to do when we make it legal. That's what I mean. It's like very off. It doesn't feel like the right vibe, but it feels like he just thought that this was, I don't know. Did he really go over why? Because, like, the reasons that he went over why, those are already, like, medically legal. Like, you can get a med card. But that's it. He just talked about, like, health conditions. Not, like, all the rest. That's kind of the weird detail. Is, like, randomly bringing up that it can replace opiates. It just feels like a very weirdly selected list of topics. It just feels odd.
of course, just because I want to see low taxes and low regulations
This
does
one.
not mean
I
that
like
there
his
should be
videos.
no
I think they're
regulations, because
funny
there definitely should
because
be.
he's weird.
There definitely need to be some sort of regulation, of course, routine testing and quality checks to make
It's
sure
just
the
the
weed
way he
is one,
talks. I don't
sold
give
as
a fuck about the
advertised.
cigarettes he's
Example
smoking.
being that the THC and CBD levels are correct, and of course, if it's an edible, it needs to be regulated just like any other food product, but with weed regulation tacked on as well to make sure that the THC and CBD levels are great and are correct and everything like that kind of thing, and to make sure nobody's going to green out because they eat the one tiny bit of the chocolate bar when in fact that entire dosage was in that one tiny bite of the chocolate bar, and the rest of the chocolate bar actually doesn't have any weed in it at all and everything like that kind of thing. We want to avoid those situations, that is for sure. I'm going to go ahead and finish off my cigarette though.
I hate that
There we
so
go, there
much.
we go. certainly no complaints on my behalf. This cigarette was pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and get another one lit up in just a couple minutes. You know what I'm saying? But as said, there definitely does need to be some regulation. It needs to be sold as advertised, and if it's inedible, it needs to be regulated just like any other food product, but with weed regulation tacked on as well. We need to also make sure that nobody is cutting weed with anything else. Example, fentanyl-laced weed. That's certainly not fun. People are going to die because of that. We definitely do not want that. That is for sure, and that would overall just bring a bad name. I mean, like, think about the vitamin E. What happened with vaping? How bad of a name vaping got after the vitamin E cart stuff, which didn't even have to do with vaping. It had to do with fake weed carts coming from China kind of thing. But it gave vaping in general such a bad name for such a long time. We don't want anything to like, and we don't want anything to like. I at least, I'm getting my words all jumbled up. You know what I'm saying? I don't want anything like that to happen with weed that might make it get made illegal again, just for some stupid ass reason. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. And then we also need to make sure that weed is also grown in a fire-safe manner because, well, greenhouses can go up extremely quickly. If oxygen levels are not monitored correctly, I'm thinking something like yearly inspections by a fire inspector who has previous experience and training for agriculture as a whole. I'm sure this already exists and everything like that, so that would not be an issue at all in my personal opinion. And I'm saying. Low taxes and low regulations are also extremely important for good quality dirt cheap weed to be produced realistically and sustainably. I'm using a butane lighter today. I just wanted to preface this video by saying I do not encourage nor condone the use of cigarettes or weed or anything similar to that. And if you're under the age of 18, you can get out of my channel right now. But I'm going to go ahead and get the video started. Make sure to like and subscribe, of course, and enjoy. Thank you. Alrighty, so today I'm going to be showing you guys how to smoke a cigarette. This is going to be a full tutorial, a full-fledged tutorial, so I hope you guys enjoy. Now be warned, this tutorial may lead to a lifetime of addiction, which is not a good thing, of course, but I do not recommend following along. So, I think without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get the tutorial started. So, first thing you're going to want to do with your box, and this is a Marlboro Blue menthol. First thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to open it. So you're going to open it just like that, and you're just going to want to grab a cigarette just like that. Now, when you have your cigarette, you need to figure out whether you want to pack it or not. Now, you can pack it like this, or you can pack it like this. Now, I don't recommend packing cigs that are already packed. I've already packed mine, so I'm not going to pack them. But the next thing you're going to want to do is you're just going to want to go ahead and get it lit up. And I'm using a butane lighter today. So, I guess without further ado, let's go ahead and get this lit up. And then you're just going to want to take a drag or two just to get it fully lit. And then just enjoy the cigarette. Just smoke it. You know what I'm saying? Now, as said, this tutorial will lead.
What do you mean blue is a weird color for menthols? Fucking hell. Really? You're in Quebec, right? Well, yeah. Some menthols are green, some menthols are blue, 'cause cool. Ice. Packs have no colors. Lights are gold. They're all the same color. But Marlboro lights are gold. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Goopy ass hand sanitizer. You can't say light or similar stuff because that makes it seem not as bad as it actually is. It's interesting. It makes sense. Camel Blues? Hold on. No, these are the regular ones. Yeah, blue 99. These aren't lights. And then this is menthol. Unless these are the lights. Camel lights, 99s. Jesus. Wait, are they the lights? I've had these before. They don't feel like lights. That would be very weird. If these are the lights of camels, Jesus. I need to try the regulars, the full flavors. That's insane if they're lights. Oh, these are lights. Smell, they're different blends. I don't fucking know. Okay. Maybe that does it.
Lead you down a path of lifetime addiction, so please do not follow it. I'm asking and begging, please do not follow this tutorial. I say as I'm doing the tutorial itself, but what can I say? I guess cigarettes are a better addiction than other stuff. What can I say? And I'm just gonna get a screenshot real quick. Very cool, very cool.
Can't even cut that out of the video.
So yeah, basically with this tutorial, you're just gonna wanna, after you've lit it and everything like that, you're basically gonna wanna just continue to smoke it up until it's done, and then I'll show you what to do after that. Whew, man. This is good though. What can I say? I'm getting a little bit buzzed. I will be completely honest. I just ate breakfast and I'm getting pretty buzzed right now. I did not eat a very full breakfast, so I am a little bit buzzed, but what can I say? That's the whole point of smoking cigarettes. And if you are following this tutorial, which I told you not to, I hope you're getting buzzed too, you know what I'm saying? Ooh, I need to cut out that whistling noise or whatever. It's a habit, it's a really hard habit I need to break, I'll be completely honest. Like that, I just need to start doing that. Oh, man. Ooh, it's a beautiful day out here today. If you're following with this tutorial, I hope it's a beautiful day wherever you are too, you know what I'm saying? But I hope you are not following along with this tutorial. You should not follow along with this tutorial. It is a bad idea. Ooh, man, this is good though. What can I say? I know I'm not talking too much. I gotta start talking more in my videos. What can I say? That habit is hard to break. I was just about to make that whistling noise. It's a hard habit to break. What can I say?
Keep fucking doing it. He's a very noisy smoker.
Ooh, man. Throat's getting a little bit clogged, but what can I say? It's the cigarette. Oh man. This is pretty good though, and I think I got 1 or 2 more hits left, so I'm about to continue the tutorial. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna take 1 more hit. Two more hits. And there was a little bit of filter, so I'm gonna go ahead and end that cigarette. But after you're done with 1 cigarette, you're gonna wanna go ahead and smoke another, so let me go ahead. No, I'm just kidding. But that's this tutorial. I hope you guys enjoyed this video.
Ooh, hold on. Look at this. American Spirit Blues are not lights. American Spirit Blue Marlboro Red offers a comparable full-bodied, robust experience. Marlboro Gold provides a similarly balanced, medium-bodied smoking experience. These are the lights. Dark blue, be Mar Black. Camel blue. The fuck are those? Black, Dunhill Fine Cut Dark Blue. What the fuck is that?
Video. I know it was a little bit more of a joke video, but I thought it would be funny to make. So if you enjoyed this video, make sure to like and subscribe for more content. Just to clarify, this whole tutorial is a joke. I don't support smoking cigarettes in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, guys. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like and subscribe for more content. I have my Instagram that's linked in the description down below, along with my TikTok and my book. I highly recommend you check all those out. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, guys, and until the next one, peace.
Strange guy. Interesting. Most expensive. That's dumb shit.
I'm Eli, and this is my grandmother Bonnie, and we're both here to smoke some pot.
Do you smoke pot?
I do. Do you smoke?
Often?
Yeah,
Well, how
pretty
often?
regularly.
How often?
Get every couple
Every
days.
day?
No, every couple days.
Yeah?
Maybe every day, sometimes.
Are you guys ready to smoke?
Yeah, what's the hold up?
Do you have any ice? Do you know what the ice is for?
No, I don't know what any of this is for.
Cools it off. Do you have a preference?
I'm curious about this thing, so let's,
All right, let's do this
crank it up.
since-
Yeah.
You want to start?
No.
Okay.
Ooh.
Here, I got you.
It's not doing anything. Oh my God. How can you take that? That is brutal.
Practice.
You're a pothead.
But I'm just.
That, I mean, that is just like burned all the way down.
Like
That's way more my speed than that.
Is this one of those pre-rolls?
Oh, you buy it like this?
Yeah, I think that
Really?
when you were
is pretty
younger,
brutal.
were there like drugs around? Do you remember people
As a
doing
kid?
drugs? Yeah, when you were a kid.
No,
No.
nothing. I didn't even think about it as a kid. Never, it wasn't even something that I was aware of.
When did you first find out I smoked pot? Was it my mom, Tracy?
you just kind of assume it, you know.
Do you have any tricks you can show her?
It's called, I think it's a ghost hit or like a ghost inhale.
Make a ghost.
Make a little, yeah, or like a.
Sure.
Whoa.
But it's like.
That was really...
This dude's a clown.
It's like a little bit much.
So cringy.
Do you think you can do it? No. You don't want to try?
Oh, try that
Yeah, yeah,
thing?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
just a,
I'm
okay,
gonna ghost my grandma, bruh.
Okay. Hold on.
For the gang.
Nobody breathe.
What's good, fam?
Oh, you're making me cry.
All right. Come on. Okay, so the key is you have to open your mouth. No. But the key is don't exhale.
Okay.
You just gotta open wide and
Okay, okay.
exhale it. Ooh, then inhale. Ooh.
You did it that time.
Yeah, but you gotta inhale. You gotta. I want to hear about the '60s. That sounds wild.
I don't remember anything.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
If you remember the 60s, you weren't there. Let's try that again.
Yeah. All right, Ida. Oop.
Oh, that hurts. Okay, that's enough of that.
What were you like when you were 23? When you were my age?
Gosh, what was I doing? Well, I had 2 children, but was I gonna say something?
There was something there.
Oh, that's right. Okay, it's not dementia, okay? Need a nap.
Right, for real.
Same.
Oh, round 2.
Crack up. I've never seen anybody do
A
that.
parlor trick.
Parlor trick. You are so silly.
How would you describe Grandma?
Free-spirited. Youthful.
Oh, thank you.
How would you describe Eli?
Thoughtful, caring, loving person, hard worker, fun. Are you dating anyone?
Not right now.
This is uncomfortable.
What do you
Well, you
think?
got to put yourself out there. You know,
yeah.
start going to the library.
That's what I'm saying.
Take a yoga
grocery
class.
stores, yeah, yoga class, produce
I don't
section
think
at
the
the
grocery
store.
store is a good
No?
idea. Well, since I have this opportunity, I'd like to, all the fine young women out there that looking for a good.
I'm using a butane.
Nope.
I'm using a butane
That's
lighter
done.
today. So
That is over. I quit that. All set. What?
Hello, beautiful people from the internet. It is Connie over here. How? I don't know. It's kind of unnecessary, but you do you, WikiHow. I don't know. Lights, not me. What they talk about here. All right. So they say pick a brand. Often a smoker just starting out chooses lights or old cigarettes. Some of the most popular and highly rated have already was on me. So very can be infused with tobacco to create a cloves are. There are already ports include Marlboro, Camel, Lucky Strike, Newport, and Pall Mall. Funny enough, I don't have Newports or Pall Malls here in Portugal because they are just not sold here. Anyway, I have already chosen my cigarettes. Let's just see. Consider menthol cigarettes. I wish. They are not available in Portugal, my man. Next, smoke cloves. Cloves are a common spice used in cooking and baking. Cloves can be infused with tobacco to create a flavored cigarette. That sounds very interesting to me. I might have to try that, but today I don't have any cloves on me. So next, try flavored cigarettes. I wish, WikiHow, I wish I could do that. But you know what's the problem? The problem is that they are not available in Portugal. Better said, they are banned. They are illegal. I cannot get them. So let's go. Part 2 out of 4. This is the most interesting part, maybe only after the actual smoking the cigarette. But let's learn how to light a cigarette to be able to enjoy it. So first, pack your cigarettes. Most brands of cigarettes benefit from a good packing. Packing your cigarettes will tighten the tobacco, resulting in slower burning cigarette. All right, before opening the plastic film,
I don't know.
this is already open. I mean, can I still do it? Can I be part of the cool kids still? I'm gonna read the rest of it. Smack the pack filter side down onto the heel of your palm rapidly for roughly 10 to 20 seconds. Filter side down, all right. 10 to 20 seconds, you're joking. There's no way this... Wait, is it like this? Filter side down. Well, the filter side... Where are the filters? Oh, the filters are on top. My bad, I was doing it wrong. Anyway, 10 to 20 seconds on this.
No one
Brother.
packs their cigarettes?
It's probably been 10 seconds.
mean?
Well, that's probably good enough. I hope my cigarettes are not destroyed. Hang in there, guys. Anyway,
This is
let's
pretty
see.
retarded, though.
Know when not to pack your cigarettes. Maybe I should have read this first. What if I was not supposed to pack them? Some cigarettes, American spirits, for example, are already packed with tobacco. Oh, totally fine. I don't have American spirits. Yeah, that's totally fine. I have Chesterfield Original 100s and they don't say anything about not packing the cigarettes, I hope. So I should be good to go. Number 3, use a good lighter. Big lighters, which cost $1 at a convenience store, are cheap and work fine, but they do not give the same satisfaction as using a classic Zippo lighter. Yeah,
Yeah, it is pretty bad. When I pack my cigarettes, I pack every new pack I get, right? I do like 5, then I turn it 5, Then I turn it again and hold it on the sides. 5. I turn it again. 5. That's it. So it's even. Everyone I know that smokes packs their cigarettes.
Yes, a classic Zippo lighter costs 50 euros in my country. I much rather use a clipper lighter that costs 4.50 euros at any little convenience store or gas station. They have cool ass looking designs, can you see that? And they do the job pretty well, okay? So, whatever, I don't care about the good lighter. This is good enough for me. Number 4. This is what I am excited for, okay? Light the cigarette. Hold the filter end of the cigarette to your lips. Ignite your lighter and hold the flame just below the end of the cigarette. Puff the cigarette by inhaling gently into your mouth. Do this until the whole end of the cigarette is glowing and lit. I'm about to get lit with it. That's what I wanted to add to this little tutorial. Anyway, we shall now go to the interesting part of this tutorial, which is going to be me lighting the cigarette. Let's go. Well, hold the filter end to your lips, ignite your lighter just below the end of the cigarette. All right, that sounds easy enough. They also said you can rotate the cigarette, which I had never heard of before. Usually you rotate cigars to light them. Cigarettes, I was not aware of. So, before I take any more wrong hits, okay, we need to get to the part 3 out of 4, which is smoking the cigarette.
Yeah, no.
Let's get it. Smoke unrushed.
Actually,
when
know,
smoking, be sure that you are not rushed, that you will not be bothered, and that you are either alone or with people you like. I'm with the people I like, you guys, so we are already doing first step correctly. This will allow you to enjoy your smoking time that much more, especially if you have smoking buddies with you, which I do have. I hope you guys are enjoying your time. Damn, now I'm bothered. I'm bothered by the trash truck. I guess I'm not doing this correctly anymore because I felt a little bit bothered there, and the tutorial here says, do not be bothered. Well, I was a little bit bothered, so I might be doing something wrong right now, but it's fine because we still have a couple more steps to go through, and I will go through them right now. Inhale your cigarette. Oh, I had already done that. I should have waited to read what they were going to say about inhaling the cigarette. When putting a cigarette to your lips, it should not pass your teeth. Put the lit cigarette up to your lips, then suck the smoke gently with a long, steady intake into your lungs. Hold the smoke there for a second.
Whoa. What? Whoever wrote this is fucking demented. They're saying take a hit off a cigarette like... Fucking insane. That is diabolical. The guy who wrote this is evil. He's making people want to kill themselves.
And then inhale normally through your mouth, drawing air into your lungs. Damn,
this cigarette
that is
down in one
very
drag.
thorough explanation on how to do this. It should not pass my teeth. All right. Wait, should I hold the smoke in my mouth or inhale it? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Hold the smoke there for a second. Oh, I need to hold the smoke in my mouth for a second. I didn't realize that. Let's try again. Well, I am enjoying this cigarette, I can tell you that much. So, up until now, it is working. But hold the cigarette, hold the smoke in my mouth. What should I do with it? Because if I do this...
This is... Okay, it's gotten boring. Oh... Huh.
What happens if you pull a shot of espresso through an orange? I thought this could potentially taste pretty good, so let's try it out and see if it even works. So I started off by grabbing a small orange and cutting off a small slice. And then I measured out a pretty typical 18-gram dose of coffee, but I ground it a little bit coarser than normal. I then did all my pretty normal puck prep, with the only exception being I put an orange at the bottom of the portafilter. Now, to be honest, I was a little worried that this orange was going to completely block the flow of espresso, and if you look at what happened to this first shot, you can see that's exactly what happened. So I had a different idea. I added a paper filter to the bottom of the basket, which should allow the espresso to flow through a little bit easier. So let's see how the shot looks, and more importantly, see how it tastes. It's definitely not the prettiest looking shot, but we can't dismiss it just on that. But how does this espresso taste? I'm kinda getting chocolate covered orange vibes. What happens if you pull a shot of espresso through an orange? I thought this could potentially taste pretty good, so let's try it out and see if it even works. So I started off by grabbing a small orange and cutting off a small slice. And then I measured out a pretty typical 18-gram dose of coffee, but I ground it a little bit coarser than normal. I then did all my pretty normal puck prep, with the only exception being I put an orange at the bottom of the portafilter. Now, to be honest, I was a little worried that this orange was gonna completely block the flow of espresso, and if you look at what happened to this first shot, you can see that's exactly what happened. So I had a different idea. I added a paper filter to the bottom of the basket, which should allow the espresso to flow through a little bit easier. So let's see how the shot looks, and more importantly, see how it tastes. It's definitely not the prettiest looking shot, but we can't dismiss it just on that. But how does this espresso taste? I'm kinda getting chocolate covered orange vibes. What happens if you pull a shot of espresso through an orange? I thought this could potentially taste pretty good, so let's try it out and see if it even works. So I started off by grabbing a small orange and cutting off a small slice. And then I measured out a pretty typical 18-gram dose of coffee, but I ground it a little bit coarser than normal. I then did all my pretty normal puck prep, with the only exception being I put an orange at the bottom of the portafilter. Now, to be honest, I was a little worried that this orange was gonna completely block the flow of espresso, and if you look at what happened to this first shot, you can see that's exactly what happened. So I had a different idea. I added a paper filter to the bottom of the basket, which should allow the espresso to flow through a little bit easier. So let's see how the shot looks.
Hey, Bunky, save your lunch meat from child, bro. I'm gonna make some scalloped potatoes when we get in from yard. You think you don't want some?
Hell yeah.
All right, for sure then. I got you. Awesome. Hey, Bunky.
Bro. Going to prison was the best thing that ever happened to this guy. Is that not the craziest thing ever? Going to prison just made this guy's entire life. Wild.
So, Donald, you're actually a really nice guy. Tell me about that.
You know, I'm glad you brought that up because I'm very nice, and a lot of people, they don't know that I'm nice, like sugar and spice, but I'm very nice. I'm also sweet, and I dogs and cats.
And you're also very smart, too, is that right?
That's correct. I see you've done your research because I'm very smart. I'm smarter than almost everybody ever, by the way. I'm the smartest man in living history or living memory, and when you look at Joe Biden, we don't even know if he has an IQ or even a brain. If you opened it up, it would be like the Scarecrow from the Wizard of Oz.
So,
It would be like the Scarecrow from Wizard of Oz. What the fuck? Oh, that's so fucking good. This guy's so good at doing Trump.
I've been thinking, where do you think snipers should go? Because I think the roof is like an obvious great place for snipers.
Maybe in a box with a fox.
Or in a truck with a duck.
Or in a moat with a goat.
You're incredible, by the way. Yeah, so cool. So, Donald, you're actually a really nice guy. Tell me about that.
You know, I'm glad you brought that up because I'm very nice, and a lot of people, they don't know that I'm nice, like sugar and spice, but I'm very nice. I'm also sweet, and I also love dogs and cats.
And you're also very smart too, is that right?
That's correct. I see you've done your research because I'm very smart. I'm smarter than almost everybody ever, by the way. I'm the smartest man in living history or living memory. And when you look at Joe Biden, we don't even know if he has an IQ or even a brain. If you opened it up, it would be like the scarecrow from the Wizard of Oz.
So I've been thinking, where do you think snipers should go? Because I think the roof is like an obvious great place for snipers.
Maybe in a box with a fox.
Or in a truck with a duck.
Or in a moat with a goat.
You're incredible, by the way. Yeah, so cool. So, Donald, you're actually a really nice guy. Tell me about that.
You know, I'm glad you brought that up because I'm very nice, and a lot of people, they don't know that I'm nice, like sugar and spice, but I'm very nice. I'm also sweet, and
All right, Dad, this is a $180 box of Japanese cherries.
Doesn't even look like cherry, son. Come on. You know what it looks like? Look like
That's
an
so
abacus.
weird.
Where the hell is the nature coming from? As a chef looking at fruit coming in a box.
Part of it that makes it so expensive is the color is perfect on all of them.
Is the taste, is it perfect? I'm dying to try it.
So this is $10 cheers.
Bruh.
That's a sweet cherry.
Children, I want to educate this one for you. If I close my eyes, I would never tell it was a cherry. There's no cherry flavor. Am I being negative every time when you buy expensive fruits? I always say it's not worth it.
No, it's definitely not worth it still.
Now you agree with me.
But it's a very good cherry.
Children, it's not worth it.
All right, Dad, this is a $180 box of Japanese cherries.
Doesn't even look like cherry, son. Come on.
Now there, my friends, is a portraiture.
That is.
After an attempted theft of one of my vehicles, I went on a mission to figure out how to deter thieves from attempting to break in again and again. Yes, the vehicles all have alarms, glass break sensors, kill switches, and CAN bus shunts. Sure, those things will keep the cars from getting stolen, but they won't keep the glass from being broken again and again by punk thieves that don't realize I've installed all that expensive equipment. So I went on a mission to find a physical and visual deterrent. What you see here are stainless steel bollards that will survive a 25-mile-per-hour impact with a 5,000-pound vehicle. I figure it's hard to get going 25 miles per hour when the bollard is only 2 feet from your bumper. When not in use, these bollards sit flush in the ground and when extended, stand like 42-inch tall stainless steel soldiers. If you're interested in learning more about protecting your vehicle in your own driveway, hit me in the comments. I'll set you up with my contractor, Holdaway Construction. After an attempted theft of one of my vehicles, I went on a mission to figure out how to deter thieves from attempting to break in again and again. Yes, the vehicles all have alarms, glass break sensors, kill.
If you stick your hand in this box and guess what it is, you can keep it.
Okay.
You have 5 seconds.
5 seconds. Acorn or something.
An acorn?
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, take your hand. One more guess.
I don't know, like a squash?
Okay, you're close. It's actually a cacao fruit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You want to try it right now?
You let me get it on squash?
Well, you can try anyway. You didn't guess the proper fruit, but that's all right. There you go. Just crack it open.
Okay.
Acorns.
Okay.
You can use the.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And there's a bean inside. You can either eat that or spit it out.
Okay,
it's like a cocoa bean, like for chocolate.
Okay.
Thoughts? What do you think?
It tastes kind of like a lychee.
Describe it a little bit more. What is the flavor like?
It's like tangy.
That's it.
I don't know what else to say.
If you stick your hand in this box.
Hi, brother. Can I have some orange juice? Okay, Kitna. 80, okay. How are you guys? You want some orange juice? No? Okay, see you. Bye-bye. They stood next to me and as soon as I started talking to them, they were shy. there's this motor and he just has to like press it down. All the pumps coming out of there, and all the juice comes here and gets filtered by that.
Every single one of these videos I see,
No need the lid, no need the lid.
I go,
Cheers, thank you.
why are you
Okay,
drinking?
fresh orange juice. Built
Or
with
why
it
are
for
you
thirst. Wandering through this market,
Or
so
why is
this
this
is gonna be
legal?
lovely.
Give him a broken cup.
Superb. Hi brother, can I have some orange juice? Okay, Kidna. 80, okay. How are you guys? You want some?
I thought there was a bug on my fucking screen for a second.
Can I have some orange juice? Okay, Kidna. 80, okay. How are you guys? You want some orange juice? No? Okay, see you. Bye bye. They stood next to me, and as soon as I started talking to them, they were shy. There's this motor and he just has to like press it down. Hi brother, can I have some orange juice? Okay, Kidna.
Oh, who's this? Right there.
80.
I thought it was on the camera lens.
Does that look gnarly? Overnight.
Wait a second. What?
Does that look gnarly? Overnight.
No, he's not.
Nice.
If he does it. Oh no. No, you fucking idiot. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh. He's eating the pellicle. When you dry age a steak, you're supposed to cut off the outside that's rotted. The pellicle. You have the inside of the steak, the red part. He just cut a steak out of the slab and just went, fuck it, the whole thing. For a month. A month that thing was sitting. This guy is insane. Or just very oblivious.
Jesus Christ. Fucking delicious.
That didn't look like the pellicle was on there though.
Does that look gnarly?
The bite looked like a different steak. Wait a minute.
Does that look gnarly?
Okay. Okay. He did cut it off. He did cut it off. Fuck me. I saw this on the top for the quick second and thought it was still on there. That's fine. That's just oxidation. much fat there is still on there. It's the same steak, yeah. Oh, wait, you know what? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that could be. This is not all the way around. This is cut off here. This edge. Don't know why.
Jesus.
Unless, maybe really funny, as if he tried that side of the steak and he was like, oh, fuck, threw it out, went and got a new steak and cooked it, and then put all the other shit on it for the video. Because that doesn't look like the same shape. Cooked it perfectly, though. Weird.
Please adhere to YouTube's selected guidelines before viewing the content of this video.
What the fuck?
Shown in this video. All videos are produced in a safe, professional, and controlled environment. These do not attempt to replicate any actions performed during video. All actions are performed by professionals. Alrighty, so today I'm going to be taping 10 extra filters onto a cigarette and smoking it to smoke the healthiest cigarette in the world, which I will admit I am very excited to do. But do I think that this is going to work? Do I think that the cigarette is going to smoke really well? And do I think it's going to be really good? And do I think that I'm actually going to create the healthiest cigarette in the world in today's video?
I'm breathing.
Well, I will admit, I don't think the cigarette is going to smoke. And I don't think I'm going to get any smoke in my lungs, just simply because there's just going to be so much stuff in between just the flame and where the draw is coming from. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to pull any smoke through into my lungs. But if I'm not able to pull any smoke through into my lungs, I will have most certainly created the healthiest cigarette in the world in today's video.
Just the healthiest.
Because if you get no smoke in your lungs, how's it going to harm you? Which means that all of a sudden, it is the healthiest cigarette in the world. So I do suppose I am kind of doing a little bit of a trade-off in today's video. I'm kind of trading off the enjoyment of smoking a cigarette for health kind of thing. And it is what it is kind of thing. It's just a little bit of an experiment. I want to see how this goes. I want to see if I can actually create the healthiest cigarette in the world. But I'm really not expecting to enjoy this experience because I really don't think that the cigarettes I'm going to be using in today's video are going to smoke pretty much at all, in all honesty. And if they do smoke, I certainly don't think I'm going to be getting any of that smoke in my lungs, that is for sure. Today, I'm going to be using a Benson & Hedges Gold cigarette from Ireland in today's video, but I don't have my cigarette all set up yet with the 10 extra filters on the end of it kind of thing. I need to create that in the video live today, and so as such, I have some materials to help me out. I have some 8mm top filters with me today. I think these are 8mm at least. I also have some Scotch tape with me today, and those are the only two materials I need, although I do suppose I should probably go ahead and get my scissors out as well. I have some scissors in my backpack, so I'm going to go ahead and get my scissors out as well, as that might help me just a little bit with the tapes. And now that I have those out, I'm going to go ahead and zip up my backpack real quick, and I'm going to go ahead and get my scissors all unfolded, you know what I'm saying? And now I do think without further ado, it is time for me to go ahead and get my Ziploc bag that is holding my filters, and it is now time for me to go ahead and just go ahead and get 2 filters out real quick. I'm just going to go ahead and start with 2. I'm going to go ahead and get some of my Scotch tape all off kind of thing. I'm just going to go ahead and just cut it just right there, just like that kind of thing, and just cut it just like that. And I'm going to go ahead and start off with just the one filter right here, and I'm just going to go ahead and connect it up just like that. And I'm going to go ahead and take the other filter, and I'm just going to go ahead and connect it up like that. And now I'm just going to go ahead and wrap the tape all the way around, just like that kind of thing. And there we go. There are 2 filters that are now connected. It's definitely not the best connection in the world. I think once I'm all done, I might just go around the whole thing and just wrap it with some Scotch tape just to make sure the airflows are all sealed and everything like that kind of thing, just to make sure I give this cigarette the best chance I possibly can. But there we go. There's the first 2 cigarettes. The first 2 cigarettes. These are not cigarettes. There's the first 2 filters all done. Let's go ahead and get another filter all out now.
You know what would have been a smart way to do this? Is if you got a long piece of tape. Lay it out on the table if possible. Flat. Or just get a fucking roll of tape that you can set on the table. Roll a strip of it out. Set one on the tape. Set one filter. Roll it a tiny bit. Set the second one. Roll it a tiny bit. Set the third one. Roll it a tiny bit. Set the fourth one. And you can just angle it so you can just keep rolling them into it. And you just do that again to seal it.
Grabbed 2 filters by accident, but that's perfectly fine. And I think, real quick, I'm going to go ahead and just plan ahead, and I'm going to go ahead and get a bunch of tape pre-cut, just so I don't have to worry about it, as I am getting the filters out and attaching them and everything like that kind of thing, just so I don't have to keep just cutting it every single time. So I'm just going to go ahead and get a couple strips, just pre-cut kind of thing. I think I'm just going to get 5 of them all done. Just forgot a tape and just attach it just like quick. I'm going to for me, so out going back to do 4. There's a white spot. I'm going to try to just cover that up kind of thing anywhere where there's a gap or anything like that. I'm just going to try to cover that up. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that real quick. I just want to make sure the airflow is perfect coming off of this. If I have any airflow holes at all, it's not going to be smokable kind of thing. And I really do want to give this cigarette the best chance I possibly can. So just anywhere where there is a white gap in between paper, there is a chance for there to be a hole. And I am not taking no chances in today's video, that is for sure. So I think that's the last one right there. So let's just go ahead and cover that up just real quick kind of thing. Just like that. And I think that should be all good. I think I'm gonna attach this end up to the cigarette. So now, I do suppose, without further ado, it is time for me to go ahead and get one of my Benton & Hedges gold cigarettes all out of the pack. And now it is time for me to go ahead and get it attached to this tube right here. This looks ridiculous, y'all. This looks ridiculous. And one other thing I'm gonna do to make sure I give this cigarette the best chance I possibly can is there's a line of perforation right here. I'm also gonna cover up that line of perforation just to make sure I give this cigarette the best chance of smoking. So let's just go ahead and just rip that off. Let's go ahead and just stick that on just like that kind of thing. And I'm gonna go ahead and just stick the cigarette just like that. There we go. And I'm just gonna go ahead and just start wrapping that all the way around just like that. Perfect, perfect. And I'm just going to go ahead and connect it up just like that. And I am now going to go ahead and attach one more piece of tape just above that piece of tape I just put on, just to go ahead and cover up that perforation as well. Even though I have my scissors on the table, I'm still ripping the tape. It be what it be kind of thing. It be what it be. And let's just go ahead and just cover that up kind of thing. Just like that. There we go. Alrighty, that perforation is now all covered up. Let's see what kind of airflow I got. Oh no, my backpack just fell off. Oh no, my backpack just fell off the table. Oh no, that's not very good now, is it? I'm just gonna put it on the table. It was like kind of lean up against the table and it literally just fell over and upside down onto the ground. I don't think I don't think anything fell out, so I think it's all good. But let's go ahead and test the airflow. That distracted me just a little bit. Well, I am getting airflow. It's very, very, very constricted. I don't know if it's from airflow, from some gap in the tape or something like that kind of thing. And I'm seeing a little bit of a gap right there. I'm gonna go ahead and fix that real quick. No gaps allowed. No gaps allowed in the tape. Go fix that real quick. There we go. I'm not sure if it's from a gap in the tape. I'm not sure if it's actually from the end of the cigarette being open kind of thing. I'm not sure if it's actually coming from the cigarette. We're gonna have to wait and find out kind of thing. We're gonna have to wait and find out. But I do suppose, without further ado, there is nothing more for me to do than to just go ahead and get this cigarette right here, which is supposedly, excuse me, the healthiest cigarette in the world, all lit up. And it's time for me to go ahead and find out whether this is actually the healthiest cigarette in the world. If it smokes, it ain't.
But not a lot
if it doesn't smoke and I get no smoke in my lungs, it may indeed just be the healthiest cigarette in the world. I'm looking forward to finding out. I'm not sure how well this is going to go. I don't think it's going to go very well, in all honesty, but I'm looking forward to finding out nonetheless.
10
I do suppose before I go ahead and get it all lit up, though, I should probably get my lighter out of my pocket, because otherwise it ain't getting lit up. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get this lit up, and let's go ahead and see whether you can actually create the healthiest cigarette in the world by taping 10 extra cigarette filters to the end of a cigarette. This is 11 filters on it. That's crazy, y'all. That is nuts. Without further ado, though, let's go ahead and get this all lit up. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? Nothing. No roughness. It literally just feels like I'm trying to inhale through a breather, through a mask. It literally feels like I'm trying to inhale through cloth, through a filter kind of thing. That's how it feels like I'm trying to inhale.
Weird.
I am not getting anything off of this. Nothing at all.
Crazy. Wild that that happened. It's almost like you can't smoke it.
I am feeling like I'm hearing a gap come from somewhere in the tape. I'm not sure where. I've got to figure out where it is so I can cover it up. Where is this gap?
It's in your brain cells. That's where the gap is. Oh my god.
I don't think this is smokable. I mean, like, I'm hearing a little bit of a gap, but I think that's actually just my lip not wrapping around the filter correctly kind of thing. I think that's actually what that is. I don't think it's actually a gap in here. I'm not hearing any gap coming from the actual filters itself or anything like that kind of thing. I'm just hearing a gap come from right here. So I think it's just the mouthpiece not fitting in my mouth correctly. This may just be the healthiest cigarette in the world because it is not smokable at all kind of thing. This cigarette is not smokable. You don't get any smoke kind of thing. It's literally just burning itself away. That's all it's doing right now. That's all it's doing. It's burning itself away kind of thing. I'm not smoking it at all at the moment.
Professional environment.
I don't know.
Or just at the park.
I'm pretty sure I'm not getting anything. I'm getting absolutely no roughness in my throat. The only taste I'm getting, I mean, like, I feel like maybe I'm getting, like, the lightest taste ever from this cigarette. Like, just the tiniest bit. Just the tiniest bit of taste. But honestly, it might just be coming through the filters. It might just be the filter taste, in all honesty. I don't know. There's nothing coming through at all. Nothing at all kind of thing.
Advocating for stopping smoking. Definitely. So that people can't do this. Wait, what?
Well, I do.
It does look like he's smoking it. He's
Well,
making
I
an
do
impact
think
on that thing.
My airflow is getting there because
Yeah.
I have noticed that it does burn slightly faster, just a little bit faster than
Yeah.
if you
That's
had just
fucking
let it
weird.
be kind of thing. So when I'm inhaling, it definitely does burn just a tiny bit faster than if I let it just go kind of thing. And the smoke definitely is drawn through, but it's just never getting to me because there's so many filters.
I don't have one of
So,
those
and actually now that I've been kind of smoking a little bit of it kind of thing, I am able to taste a little bit of it in my mouth. I am able to taste a little bit of it in my mouth, but I'm not getting any smoke or anything like that. I'm really not getting anything. This is a terrible experience. This is a horrible experience. This is not enjoyable. I'm not smoking a cigarette in today's video, in all honesty. I'm just letting it burn, and I'm getting a tiny bit of the taste kind of thing. I'm not actually getting any smoke. But also,
I really hope he takes that thing apart and sees how
since
many
I'm not
of the
getting any
filters
smoke, I have created the healthiest cigarette in the world, technically speaking. And
brown.
so as such, I do suppose this is mission success. It might not be an enjoyable cigarette to smoke, but it is indeed the healthiest cigarette in the world. So this is mission success, y'all. Certainly no complaints on my behalf. I have indeed created the healthiest cigarette in the world.
You
I'm not
literally
seeing
just complained.
any smoke leave my mouth. I'm not seeing any smoke leave my lungs.
Bullshit.
Even though I'm getting a little bit of the taste in there kind of thing, even though
They
the
just
draw
came
is
out of your
definitely
behalf.
coming through, just a tiny bit kind of thing. I'm not getting any smoke in my lungs, so I'd have to say this is probably the healthiest cigarette in the world. If I had to guess, you know what I'm saying? Nothing at all. It's almost.
Please take it apart. Show me how many of those filters got brown.
How well you guys can see that? But if it's any yellow down I want to see, and there we go. Completely white. Yeah. I'm a little bit disappointed, but also happy, I will admit. My throat dirty, that is for sure. Because on the first filter, we want to find out though. Fine for that long, man. That did my throat dirty, that is.
I stumbled upon a clip. I'm recording this. 100%. What the fuck? It's not a drop down anymore? Ew. Get out. Ugh. Gross. Oh shit. Weird.
But just trying to draw in for that long, man, that did my throat dirty, that is for sure. I do think I want to find out though how deep the smoke made it though. Because on the first filter we can see on the inside it's quite yellow, but on the last filter it's completely white. So how deep did everything go kind of thing? I'm just gonna go and just cut some of these open just to see kind of thing, and there we go. Okay. This one is just a little bit yellow. I think this is like number 3. Number 3 is just the tiniest bit yellow kind of thing. Let's go and cut like another 2 down, I want to say, like right here. Let's see, is there any yellow in that one? Just the tiniest bit. Just the tiniest bit on either side. Just the tiniest bit. I don't know how well you guys can see that, but there is indeed some yellow on either side. Not much, but it's still there. I'm just going to just cut this down just a little bit more kind of thing. And I figure we're going to hit pure white in just a minute. And yep, there it is. There's the pure white. There's a little bit of yellow on this side, just the tiniest bit of yellow on this filter, but pure white on this side. So if I had to guess, that's probably about 7 filters. So I think the smoke went about 7 filters deep, and then there was just no more after that kind of thing. Just absolutely no more after that. I did surprisingly though, I feel like I got some of the stuff in my lungs. Just not, maybe I did get some smoke in my lungs, but no visible smoke, let me just put it that way. Because I was able to taste, I feel like, a little bit of the cigarette. Maybe it was placebo, I don't know. But I do feel like I was able to taste a little bit of the cigarette, that is for sure. But not much at all, if I do say so myself. It was very...
It's the lucky number. That's great. Got it. Fuck yeah. New soundboard drop. Where the fuck? There it is.
Man, that did my throat dirty, that is for sure. Very, very, very much a you really got to notice this taste kind of thing, and it could totally be just anything else kind of thing. I got nothing. This was a horrible experience kind of thing. Actually trying to smoke the healthiest cigarette in the world, not fun at all if I do say so myself. Not fun at all if I do say so myself. This is definitely not something I would want to do again, but I am.
But I am. What?
Thanks to Brilliant for supporting this SciShow list show. As a set of rules about how a beautiful cup of liquid gold may be an art form, but it's also very much a science. And we at SciShow are here to fill you in on all that rich, balanced, and sometimes nutty research and show you how to make perfect coffee. It all starts with the coffee bean, which is the first point to debunk. Coffee beans aren't beans at all. Sure, they might look bean-shaped, but beans are the seeds of legume plants, and coffee isn't a legume. So those little nuggets are just normal seeds. But since nearly every English-speaking person calls them coffee beans, that's what we'll stick with in this video. Okay, so if you're anything like me, you spend way too long staring at the shelves in the supermarket only to end up buying whatever's on sale. After all, nobody can actually taste a difference in those blends, right? Well, not so much. The two most widely used coffee plants, Arabica and Robusta, have measurably different amounts of the four main compounds that give coffee its signature flavors. First, you've got the alkaloids. Those are compounds that have at least one nitrogen group in them, and most have a ring structure. The two main alkaloids in coffee are caffeine and trigonelline, and both contribute to coffee's bitter taste. Some studies have found that unroasted Robusta beans have around twice the caffeine that Arabica beans do, but only around 2/3 of the trigonelline, which overall would make Robusta a more bitter bean. The second main group of compounds in coffee are acids, in particular.
What? Wow. What? No, what the fuck? Come on. Yep. It'll be back in a sec.
This is truly remarkable.
See if I like
so
change it. If
I just want to give you props for this. This is like a level of, and I mean this in a good way, like a level of like autistic detail that is in the best way.
Sure.
Like, it's truly remarkable. The average people are not going to have that. Like, they're thinking what I was thinking, or what most people, you know, and not that I would agreeing with them, but I think they genuinely thought, okay, we just need to, we don't need to get into that, but but the point is like what you're laying out here, it's important.
There we go. Back. Fixed. Did you say that was boring as fuck? I didn't think that was boring at all when I watched it.
Because of like one nuance that happens, you're like, oh, this is what proves that like this event was actually so bad.
One nuance,
the, end of
the delaying of the certification of the vote because
America.
Donald Trump didn't accept that he lost the election? You think that's just a tiny nuance?
To be honest, I think deep down he knows he technically just lost the election, but he's still playing the whole role.
Oh, cool. Then you agree with me that he was lying as well. Thanks. Also, thank you. I agree. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So you agree that it was an insurrection. Thank you. Yeah, Pisco, you're right. Yes, you agree that it was an insurrection because they had the justification, and you agree that he lied about it.
You just said that Trump knew he lost.
I haven't seen this.
And was trying to remain in power anyway, and you still might vote for him.
Do you understand that you just got blown the out? You understand you just got completely obliterated?
No, I'm
right?
asking for
you understand that your
specifics, just
asshole
like
just
you
got
are. You're trying to push on
blown
some
the out. Your is gaped right now. You are gaped, sir.
All right.
Okay, so we lifelong Republican and voted Republican my life. I did vote for Trump in 2016. I think I voted for him in 2020. I honestly just can't remember where my mind was at that point. I definitely will not be voting for him in 2024. I kind of come from, I'm a bit older than certainly you, and you know, and I come from a place where the Republican Party, you know, I believe in more conservative principles, Reagan, Bush. Unfortunately, I feel like the last 8 years, we've kind of, you know, I look at what my kids see as the Republican Party, and it is not what the Republican Party that I stand for. And at this point, I'm willing, because I really want to get that party back. I'm willing to go against what the Republicans have put forth in a candidate. And I haven't 100% decided I'm voting for Harris, but I'm certainly leaning that way. I obviously want to hear more, but it would take a lot for me to, you know, if it's really bad, then I'll just, you know, abstain from voting for either candidate. But definitely won't be voting Trump and want to get the party back. And I think the quickest way to get the party back is to for Trump to.
What the hell is wrong with his beard? What the fuck happened to his beard? It's super weird. Fucking A. It's been kind of nice having him back in the Nebraska Steve sort of shit. No more October 7th obsession. No more Israel-Palestine obsession, I mean. Are you one to be criticizing Facebook right now? Yeah. Yes. Abso-fucking-lutely, yes. Just because this is not thick as fuck doesn't mean it's not correct. This is just incorrect.
to lose.
Something is wrong.
Hopefully by a lot, but to a point where I think MAGA finally, that's part of the party at least stems back a little bit, and we can bring back
Like
the
there was
more
an accident and he was
conservative
trimming
principle
or
type of
something.
candidates.
Cool. This is going to be a
Or there's
debate,
a
so if you just
That he
want to
lost.
speak, and Tony, I'm not like singling you out, but like if you want to request and just speak about why you think you agree with me, it's probably just let the people that disagree come up. Kind of want the debate to go. I'm trying to convince as many Republicans not to vote for Trump, and that's my goal for this Spaces.
You know what it looks like now? You know what I think happened, and I just haven't watched enough to have seen it prior to this? I think he fucked up shaving his mustache or something. Or like trimming it. So he had to shave it all off. And he shaved all this off, so he just had the chin, just the goatee. And now all of this is growing back. So it's lighter than this bushy ass chunk of beard on the chin. That's my guess. Cuz this all looks thinner than usual. Like it's stubble, sort of.
But yeah, I agree with you, Tony. I appreciate you speaking up. Anybody else want to talk before I add more people? I'll say, as much hate as I gotten today, I would be surprised if nobody actually showed up. That would actually be pretty funny.
Yo, so Riley, I just saw your recent post about you flipping after 8 years of supporting Trump. I'm just curious, like, what led you to support him in the, like, was it his policy originally that you went for him, or what exactly did you do to like support Trump, or what did you support of his?
Yeah, so against Hillary, he sounded like he knew what he was talking about more. Well, maybe that's not true. I don't know. It just seemed like a big shakeup, and I was young, and he sounded like it was different, and we've had more of the same from Republicans. Trump would call them low energy, like McCain and Romney and George Bush, and we all have our issues with Bush. Stating out the obvious about like how we shouldn't have done that, and he criticized the Republican Party, which is kind of a fresh take in it. To me, it seemed like it was maybe a good idea to support this guy, but I got disillusioned with the media in 2016 to 2020. About like how we shouldn't have done that. I saw what happened on January 6th, and after that, I toned out all politics completely, and I just focused on my career. A good idea to support this guy, but a couple of years after that, I started reading about January 6th, and what I found shocked me, and it's the evidence is very strong and clear that Trump used his base's cognitive biases and their willingness to believe in conspiracy theories because they have abandoned the media altogether, which the media has its own problems, but they did have reporting that was strong. And and Trump used his base to try to steal the election in 2020. And I can't believe nobody in my party, or I wouldn't say party, but nobody on the right, like, understands this. I don't know how, like, this is not like the most talked about topic in our country. And it pisses me off that right-wing news media chooses not to talk about it. Fox News has been like in a few court cases, and they're coming up on a new court case about the elections fraud in 2020 with Smartmatic in 2025, and they're probably going to be found guilty, but nobody talks about that. I'm pissed. I hate Trump with a passion now because I feel like I've been lied to, and I was made a fool, and I'm going to vote against him, and I would urge other Republicans to do the same. because he's not your friend. He lies to you all the damn time. He just posted a conspiracy theory about AI for Kamala Harris's rally, and we all know what.
Yeah. That is kind of wild. The party of fucking pro-constitution, pro-military, fucking pro the party of family values, and then they go for the guy that lies and fucks porn stars and tells everybody that the Constitution should be terminated because he doesn't want to admit that he lost an election. And then the same people that'll tell you not to fuck around with cops and just be nice because they're like respectable, you know, they're doing it for the community, will also say that Ashley Babbitt didn't do anything wrong. She was a member of the military. And she didn't know not to fucking dive through the window when the cop behind it has a gun pointed at you telling you to not dive through the window. Come on. If this was any other group of people that did that, if it was like a Democratic like rally that did that, all the fucking conservatives would have been like, she's a veteran, she should know better. That's what would happen. I mean, obviously that was gonna happen. Obviously. Party of law and order and family values. But our main guy fucks porn stars and we hate the cops when they're stopping us from overthrowing the country. The government, I mean. Also, the FBI is out to get us. I remember hearing about how Russia is never our ally. Russia is still made up of the same people that were in the USSR. Putin is former KGB. Now Russia ain't so bad and Ukraine just stand out. Yeah. I don't hear as much of that from the conservatives that I know. They all think Putin's a bully. And they don't like him. And they still don't like Russia. They think that Russia's communist. But they also think that Ukraine should just stand down. They're like, they're gonna lose anyway. We shouldn't fund them. They're gonna lose. So? You just stop supporting the loser no matter what, like, even if like, but you stop supporting someone because they're losing. That's what I mean. Like, no, you wanna fight, do it on your dollar. Fuck you. You're pathetic anyway. That's fucking stupid. Anytime you bring up Russia, they do bring up the fact he is a bully and looks strong, and yet Ukraine is going to lose. Although, surprise, surprise, they are now starting their invasion of Russia. What? What? I don't know anything about that shit. Nothing. No, I didn't. Damn. Yeah. You know what's kind of funny? The same conservatives who will say, oh, Trump cozying up to Putin and Kim Jong Un and fucking who's the other guy? I don't remember his name. The guy from Turkey. Turkey? Was it another country in that area? I don't remember his name. All the dictators. They'll say that that's just diplomacy. That's just diplomacy. But then they don't understand why taking funding away from Ukraine would look horrible for like any other country that we're like allies with. They'll go, oh, so if we're getting invaded and we're losing, you're just gonna leave us behind? Sick. Fuck you. Fuck a treaty Russia is losing. Tell them to go back to their previous border. The one before we took Crimea. The people of Ukraine seem to be willing to die for this. Yeah. You know what is kind of fucky though? I've heard those people say, oh, most people in Crimea they all speak Russian and they like want to be part of Russia. Let them have that. Let them have Crimea. Let them have Crimea. Those people want to be part of Russia. What? Isn't it like a small group of people in Crimea? Like, just because the area speaks Russian doesn't mean they all want to be under Russian rule. Didn't they make a bunch of Russians vote? I don't know. Crimea, Russian. Russian, I don't know, popularity? Russia popularity? Fuck you. Crimea has been in Russian hands for only a fraction of its history. They are ethnically Russian, and you let me know. I have heard of this, but I've just heard the name. What was that? What just happened? Oh. Oh. Prime sub. Thanks, Christine. Russians living in Crimea. The ethnic composition is as follows: Russians, 1.5 million; Ukrainians, 0.35 million. Just say 350,000. Crimean Tatars. Okay. So it's mostly Russian. I think I know what this means, but the attainment or acquisition of a position of rank or power, typically that of accession. Okay. Okay, but do you say it's mostly German because? God damn, what do you really understand? Where you five fans is it? Joy, I broke the handle on my ball. Nice. No, I don't want to watch a whole like fucking thing on this. This? What? What you got? It's still cold? Yes. Okay. Whoa. Jesus Christ. That's fucking good. It is weed grape soda. It is delicious. Love grape soda. You fucked up? What, were you trying to send a link? Send it in Kick Chat. On Discord. The fuck was that? Oh my god. I just got a voicemail about clearinghouse sweepstakes. Stupid.
That's going to do to our country, because in November when he loses, there's going to be another January 6th, and there's no limits on like what he's capable of, and I just don't understand how he's able to do it again. Sorry, I went on, but that's basically the gist of it.
No, I get that. I mean, a lot of people pull up the January 6th thing. Personally, I was for Trump, but more of like him being the generic, American guy that runs a business and everything else. So that was kind of like what I, kind of fell into. Nowadays, seeing him post about AI and stuff like that, it seems a little crazy. But when the people bring up the January 6th thing, and this is something I kind of wanted Steven to speak on as well, is like, if you look at any kind of politician or any kind of streamer, it's like saying like Kai Cenat caused riots in New York or whatever. Like, I don't know. Like people use January 6th as like, oh.
The Holodomor wiped out millions of Ukrainians. Promotion of a new Soviet identity and official pressure on Ukrainians to use the Russian language intensified. Even when the Holodomor ended, Ukrainians didn't really stop suffering. Yikes. Jesus. A loss of collective memory? Soviet Ukraine, the Holodomor was kept out of official public discourse until shortly before Ukraine won its independence in 1991. We now know that the explicit instructions were issued throughout the Soviet Union banning the use of. Whoa, what? Irina Chalupa? This... Irina Chalupa. I'm starting to think that Taco Bell named the chalupa after someone. My Twin Towers? No shot. Taco Bell supports genocide confirmed. What is this article? Well, look at this. There was always something about the Twin Towers that made me feel they were my buildings. They were a seminal part of my new American life. They grew as my American sense of self grew. They said, "So long," every time I flew out of Newark, and "Welcome back" each time I returned. What? Seminal. I thought the same thing. You didn't spell it like she spelled it. And I didn't just copy the whole word for some reason. Of, relating to, or consisting of seed or semen. She just made a mistake. No, I know. I know, Glitchin. I know what you were... Yeah. Yeah. Seminal fluid. What is a synonym for the word seminal? Very important, especially... What? 2. Containing or contributing the seeds of later development. Creative original. What? She didn't make a mistake. I didn't read far enough. It's both. It's come and it's important. Those are the two meanings. Well, come is important. You did come at the right time, Crowley. Also, I don't know what you meant when you said that just now. And it's worrying me. I'm really hoping you didn't mean you Seminole came at the right time. Seminole.
He was calling to action a bunch of people, but it's like you're gonna have dummies that like follow into that kind of stuff and take it too far. Even if you're having a, for instance, I live near Seattle and we had like the Chaz thing happen.
If I want to stream Bloodborne, I have to do one of two things. I either need to get the cam link, the new cam link, so that I can use my pass through for my PlayStation, or I need to take the other capture card out of my other computer and put it in this along with this capture card, or replace this one. Hold on. Yeah, there is room for one more, but it's tight. I don't know. I need to get the cam link again at some point. No, I do want to do it. That game is fun as fuck. I want to play it right now, but I can't because I fucked up my cam link. Yeah, give me a second. I'll be right back. Let's see if it'll work.
happen here. You know, you're going to get dummies that fall into
Let's see
that,
if this
but
works.
I don't think like somebody saying something or slightly leaning into something means a call to action for everybody to just go do it and that person to be blamed into it. Because it just falls into the same thing as any other kind of influencer.
Yeah.
Well, I guess so. The thing is that it wasn't random. Trump held the rally on the 6th for a particular purpose. It was to protest the certification of the vote. He had people like Giuliani and Eastman speaking at the ellipse before him, saying that everything they were planning was legal, that they could get Pence to overturn the election. Donald Trump gave about an hour-long speech where he reiterated all the false voter fraud claims, said that we were on the verge of losing our country, said that we had to fight like hell to take our country back, was trying to get Pence and the other Republican lawmakers to come through. And then at the end of all of that, he sent everybody down to the Capitol where the restricted area had already been breached. And then people continued to riot at the Capitol. And then over the next 3 hours, Donald Trump did nothing except for call politicians to try to continue to delay the certification of the vote. So it could just be that people happened to do exactly what was beneficial to Trump and what he seemed to be calling them to do the entire time. And I don't think it's comparable to things like Chaz, because I don't remember any big Democratic lawmakers saying like, hey, you guys should go and, you know, like make your own, I guess, sovereign territory in Seattle. You guys should go and do this. Like, it's not like they were following orders from any big politicians, whereas this is what Trump was telling people to do for weeks.
Yeah, but like that's what I mean on an influencer scale of maybe it was just a smaller scale with Chaz, right? But there had to be somebody there that started the whole thing and said like, hey, let's do this. And so the people within just that small, you know, it wasn't a national speaking or anything like that, or but there was a speech at some point within that local neighborhood that, you know, they went and started to take over the block that they had or whatever it was, and, you know, just start their little riots and their little hissy fits of what they were doing there.
Sure, like the president of the United States, doesn't he have a bigger responsibility for speech? And doesn't he have more responsibility if he's calling his followers to an area and they end up committing acts of violence? And it's all kind of part of his ability or his plan to like delay the certification of the vote or cancel it.
Yeah, I do think that his speech, and that's a big reason of why I don't support him as much now as it was before, because the speech thing, like he knows that it gets the views and it gets people riled up, so he kind of uses that. But it kind of happens on both. I mean, this is the influential play, right? Like every influencer has their ways of getting their following to act in certain ways, whether that be with ads or whatever else that they're doing. Like it's just a part of the whole game nowadays. Like that's what this election feels like. Is it's a game.
What would be the equivalent on the Democratic side for this? Like who on the Democratic side was calling people to go out and literally riot or destroy or try to prevent the election from being certified? Like,
I don't know. And I don't know if like that's gonna play, if for some reason like Trump wins, then maybe they play into that. But I don't have like a specific, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not too, I watch a lot of your videos.
Nice. Glitching. Nice. Jesus Christ, my hair's bugging the shit out of me. I got a lot of room. Okay. Let's see. That's better. Way better. Okay.
But I'm not very political. I don't. I haven't voted. Like I feel like voting between two bad options is not really like a good thing. Like I don't understand why why we keep running into the same system where every year it's always an extreme left and an extreme right, and like the guy in the middle just gets left out. Because if I were to vote this year, it would probably be for RFK because he seems like the most reasonable in the middle person. You know, I don't know if that's just a play or like his con of what he's doing, but you know, I've never been extreme left or right. I feel like everybody has, you know, like some things on the left and like some things on the right. And the extreme thing just plays into more and more of every single year or every 4 years, like it just turning into this huge, you know, just a media play is all it is, and an influential play.
But what are the? I don't think the Democrats are calling people to violence like this. I can't think of like leaders, like lawmakers, like people in media. Like there is no equivalent to Democrats saying we need to march on Congress and prevent the certification of the vote, or an equivalent Democrat like media company like the Dominion lawsuit where Fox News is saying we were knowingly lying about these voter fraud claims the entire time. We knew it the whole time, and now we're going to settle because we're completely caught out. Like I don't think there is an equivalent on the left right now to that.
Yeah, no, right now I don't think there is.
No, don't you think that would have happened if Pence refused to certify the vote and that did the whole scheme that everyone is convinced of that happened or was happening? Don't you think that it would be quote unquote justified to storm the Capitol and prevent Pence from doing that?
Potentially.
Right. So if the populace believes that they are like part of some wrongdoing democratically, they can rise up and use force if they want to.
Yeah, but the issue is that
point blank.
Yeah, I mean, as an American whose country was founded on insurrection and rebellion, of course I agree with that. But the issue is that they were rioting for a cause that was fabricated. It wasn't because Donald Trump legitimately thought there was voter fraud. It was because he wanted to remain in power.
Yeah, you'd have to prove that to that mob, though, which believed otherwise.
Yeah, but the mob believed it because Donald Trump told them, and because his campaign worked with other people like Fox News, OAN, and Newsmax to spread the lie that there was voter fraud.
Yeah, but that's assuming Donald Trump knew he lied, right?
He did know he lied. He repeated the same statements that had been debunked by his attorney.
No, we don't know that.
We do, because he repeated the exact same statements over and over again that other people in his administration had told him over and over again were lies. They weren't true.
Right, but those were cronies. Like, those were like the rhinos you were talking about.
You think that William Barr is a rhino?
Not Barr per se, but Barr was already a little shaky before that.
Okay, so Barr was shaky because he didn't want to go along with Trump's lie. What about Giuliani was the guy that originated the false Georgia claim about Ruby Freeman.
Yeah, he was a rat in court. We saw it.
Not just in court, but he admitted about the Ruby Freeman thing that he lied. He just lied about it. He made that up. The OAN news story, that was a lie. That was just made up.
Yeah, but we have no way of knowing that or verifying that. Now, I'm just saying, at the time, the populace believed it was a rigged election, right?
Well,
So,
you keep saying the populace,
one
but
leads to another.
The populace only believed it because Donald Trump was telling people that, even though every single person around Donald Trump was saying there's
But
no
that's
evidence
fine.
of this.
That's neither here nor there. I'm talking about at the moment, these people thought that, so it's completely justified and actually very American, like you said, as to why they did that.
I'm not talking about, but I'm not talking about voting for the people for president. I'm talking about
But we keep talking about January 6th. It's like, oh my God, it happened. Yeah, and it's understandable it happened, is what I'm saying. And we both agree.
Do we agree that Donald Trump should be held accountable for it?
If anyone, it's him, right? We have no way of knowing he's lying. The populace was, if you're right, the populace was misled. So what they did was not wrong. It was understandable, right?
Yeah, but the problem is there's no accountability now because the whole populace is denying that any of this even happened.
Right. We'd have to prove if Donald Trump was like knowingly lying about that or if that was actually a scheme going on in the background. Well, and we have no way of knowing that. Yeah. We act like we have like a third eye in the Pentagon. We have no way of knowing that.
Well, we know that Donald Trump was repeating statements that every single person in his administration told him there was no evidence for and that there were lies. We know that he asked the DOJ to lie for him. That's one of the reasons why Barr quit. And then his next attorney general and deputy attorney general almost like ended up revolting because Donald Trump was saying he wants the DOJ to send out lie letters to states saying that they'd found evidence of voter fraud.
Wait, I've never heard of these actually. Like, I need to look up on this. Hold on.
Isn't that Jeremy Clark?
Well, Clark was the guy that he was going to appoint to spread the lie, but initially it was Barr that quit over this. And then the next two that came in, Rosen and Donahue, the acting AG and the acting deputy AG, Donald Trump asked them to send out a fake letter to the 7 swing states and say, hey, listen, tell these guys we found huge evidence of voter fraud, so they need to like take back their electoral vote. And when they said no, Donald Trump was going to fire both of them and then make Clark the new attorney, who's like the acting head of like the environmental agency or something. And half the DOJ threatened to quit over this. And that was the reason why that ended up not happening. Like Donald Trump was given evidence he's a liar over and over and over.
Yeah, but like if you know this and like people presumably know this already, like why is this not a court thing? Why has this not been like judged or whatever?
Well, now it's interesting that you say that because what I just brought up right there is something that we will never hear about again because the Supreme Court has ruled that when the president of the United States is talking about hiring or firing certain people or doing certain investigations, now that's a job of the president that is absolutely immune from any type of criminal probe. So so Roberts personally scratched out that action so that can never. Well, no, it's not ambiguous. We know that he was doing these things. This is all in testimony now. Like nobody denies any of these things, but.
Yeah, but you just said we have no way of ever verifying this, even though we quote unquote know this. It's never going to go to court because the Supreme Court is on his side.
Well, no. I'm saying that in the future we'll never hear about these actions. But right now we know all of this has happened. Nobody denies any of this. There's like tons of witnesses for all of this. This is just like a known thing.
Yeah, but if this actually happened and we knew it for a fact, it would be criminal and it would be persecuted.
Well, it was part of a criminal prosecution. It was part of Jack Smith's large indictment.
Right, but it didn't go through, like you said. So that makes sense.
Okay, it's not going through right now, but that's because the Supreme Court has blocked the ability to criminally review it. We still know that it happened.
Right, but we didn't go through the process properly still.
Do you think that Donald Trump didn't ask people to send out those letters?
We have no way of knowing. Like, this is a whole logic tree. It's not like one or two facts you're talking about. You're talking about a whole scheme, so we have to, like, review it one by one, like in a judiciary process or whatever.
Well, I mean, these people that were involved in this have already given testimony under oath to Congress. Like, I mean, what more do you need?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, am I dumb for that? Like,
well, no, you just said you didn't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I can say. Like, this is all like open testimony. Like Donahue, Clark, Pat Cipollone, every other person that was involved in these conversations have all like testified to these. Like, all of this is there. Nobody is saying that this hasn't happened. Nobody denies any of these things haven't happened. Like, Barr was asked to make the same lie. It was the reason why he ended up giving a big interview to, I think it was the Associated Press. And then Donald Trump got so mad that Donald Trump asked him. He told him, Barr basically said, "You want me to resign?" And then Trump was like, "Yeah, yeah, and then Barr left because Trump was asking Barr to basically fabricate information. But Trump was going around saying the DOJ has found all this stuff that's not true about election fraud, and then Barr was like, this is not true. None of this is true. We haven't found any of this. You're lying. And then Barr gave an interview to the AP, and then Trump made Barr resign, basically. Yeah.
And you can find all of this super easy by just searching January 6th committee hearing, and all of the documents are available to read for everybody listening. It goes
weren't those
step by
like weird
step.
rhino Republicans making a website against Trump?
Well, is it? I mean, but definitionally, every single Republican that turns on Trump is going to be a rhino Republican. So that means that, and it's not like anybody loyal to
No,
Trump.
they're all like old fucks that did that, I think.
It's easy to discount the proof until you've read it. There's literally thousands of pages, and there's stuff that you cannot, like, to fake the text messages between like staff at the White House. Like, that would be at the very top news of Fox News.
Yeah, but the whole thing is about a state of mind, and you're talking about allegations of a state of mind that hasn't been proven in court. So how am I supposed to get take your word for that? That makes no sense.
Well, I mean, you don't have to take anybody's word for it. You just look at how the people are acting. What other state of mind could exist where Donald Trump is telling the DOJ to send out emails saying that they found evidence that they haven't found? That's just a lie. There is no state of...
You think you have, the state of mind of a guy that is in the biggest position of power, but still being sabotaged in the background by like shadow government?
Nobody is
that?
sabotaging him. Yeah, I think it's pretty easy when a guy is demanding that people send out emails that has a lie in it, that's a verifiable lie that everyone around him is telling is a lie.
You have no idea how many lies he deals with every day.
It doesn't matter. That was a lie. He asked them to send out an email that was a lie. Everybody told him it was a lie.
What email are you talking about specifically?
There was an email that Clark was going to send out that basically was telling the other states, hey, we found voter fraud, and he wanted to get the AG, the acting AG and the acting deputy AG to sign off on it, and they said, no, this is a lie. And then that ended up blowing up into a huge thing where Trump was about to fire the AG and deputy AG and make Clark the new attorney general to send out this fake letter. I can post a copy of it if you want. I don't know if there's like a chat here.
Yeah, I'm like, where can we post it? Like, you want to post it on Twitter or something?
Dude,
or,
hold on 1 second.
Why didn't they do it though? Like, if all of this, like, why didn't he just do it?
Why didn't he?
Because the Department of Justice was threatening to the Department of Justice staff were threatening to quit if Trump put Jeremy Clark in to send this fake letter to the states.
So there may be tangible evidence that can tie all this up in a nice, pretty bow, but I wouldn't take anything that the January 6th committee said. Like, that committee was a farce. I don't care what you say. This is coming from somebody who doesn't particularly like Trump, but that was a farce. That was trash.
Yeah, those were people already against Trump saying, yo, we're against Trump. Like, yeah, we get it, bro.
They played videos with like cut out of it. Like, that whole hearing was ridiculous. I'm sorry.
So let's well, real quick. Can you think of a single thing that came out of that committee that's been contradicted that ended up being not true?
Yeah, like the clips that they played were not full clips. Like, they literally cut stuff out of the clips. You're saying what was a lie? A ton of it was a lie, and it was the whole committee was conjured up. Yeah, they played the clips of him at the rally saying we need to walk over to the Capitol, and they intentionally cut out the part where he says peacefully and patriotically walk over to the Capitol. They just cut it out of the speech like it never happened.
Just curious.
Like,
wait, real quick.
That is absurd to me.
I posted a reply on my Twitter. If you go and you read the last thing I posted, it's that letter that that Clark wanted to send. Number one. Number two, how long do you think Trump's speech was at the Ellipse? Approximately.
How long was the speech that he gave at the
Ellipse
at the Capitol?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Another thing that
just focus on that. Hold on, because you said this is a lie. I'm just curious. If you had to ballpark, if you had to guess, how long do you think that speech was?
Yeah, I'm not sure how long it was, but I know for a fact that he did say we need to peacefully and patriotically march over to the Capitol, and I'm going to come with you, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Well, hold on. Just to be clear, he never said that, number one. But number two, if you had to guess, do you think it was closer to like 5 minutes or like an hour?
I would probably guess an hour. He tends to ramble. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So the speech was like around an hour. He said, I know you'll all be marching over peacefully. That was like, I think like 20 minutes into the speech. The rest of the speech was about fighting like hell to take the country back, and that you were going to lose the country, and that we had to go.
I heard the same bit from Walter, from Schumer, and who's the I can't think of her name, who's like, if you see them at a gas pump, you get in their faces. Like, it's the same kind of shit they all talk. Democrat, Republican, like.
So it's
you're gonna
not-
have to do
it's
better
not
than
the
that. If you're
same.
gonna say incitement, you're gonna have to do better than, oh, you're gonna have to fight like hell for your country, because that's not
Okay,
good.
just back it up. I just looked it up. The entire video is 70 minutes and 52 seconds. So yeah, it's over an hour. It's not insignificant.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump said like a ton of different things in that speech. He reiterated all the
I heard
allegations
about
of voter
that.
fraud. He talked over and over again using fighting metaphors. We got to fight. We've been fighting like a boxer with one arm tied behind our back.
Oh,
Before
God.
he went on, Giuliani came on and he said we need to do trial.
Pip-Boy voice effect. Vault Tech announcement. Radiation Storm. Brotherhood of Steel broadcast. Super Mutant Roar. Ghoulish Whisper. What the fuck? I don't understand. Okay. What did that say? Reverb? Okay. Intensity. Huh. Caps Trader Haggling. Bunker Blues. Wasteland Echoes. Wasteland Wanderer. Vault-Tec announcement. Does my voice sound weird? I was wondering if this was doing anything. I couldn't tell. It was on. Yeah. It does sound... Okay, so the filter is working. Okay. All right. Oh. Whoa. Okay. What the fuck? That's kind of crazy. Radiation Storm. Brotherhood of Steel broadcast. Okay. The reverb did not need to be on. Maybe it did. Super Mutant Roar? This is what that... What? That's fucking weird. Ghoulish Whisper. Caps Trader Haggling. Bunker Blues. Wasteland Echoes. Wasteland Wanderer. Vault-Tec announcement. Radiation. That's so weird. This is kind of shit. This is awful. Whoa. Okay. Mute that again. That all sounded like shit. It was fucking terrible. Yeah, Fallout's fine, but... Like, what the fuck? Like, why? That was weird. Fuck. Elgato does not have much in terms of whatchamacallit, the fucking audio effects.
trial by combat? Like, do you think it's just a coincidence that all the people that marched over to the Capitol, that afterwards, like, a riot raged on for 3 hours? Was that just a
No, that
coincidence?
was human nature.
How many people were there?
Those were a small group of instigators, and then human nature people followed. That's how it goes.
How many
And
people
I'm telling
were
you,
at
just
that
like you
rally?
just admitted, if it was a different scenario where Pence
I haven't seen the
doesn't
show yet.
certify the election, it goes into chaos, and there's fucking Democrats at the door of the Capitol, then you would hear Destiny saying, "Oh, well, actually, it's very understandable. We're Americans after all. We like to see democracy after all." And these people thought their democracy was being taken away. That's
Because
just
they
how
were
it goes.
being lied to. But people aren't even, people won't even own what just, the proof is basically already out there.
How many people were at that rally? Like 100,000 people, something
doesn't
like
matter
that.
how many people were there. The reality is,
but you say that he incited violence, and how many people broke into the Capitol? Like 1,200. So 1.2% of the rally understood his call to violence, and 98% of them went home.
It's not like all of them could fit
doesn't make sense.
inside. Not all of them could fit inside. If Donald Trump didn't want them to go in and cause violence, why did he sit staring at his TV for 3 hours and not call them off?
If his like super secret messaging is so clear, why did 98% of the people misinterpret it and just go home? That's
I don't
what
know
I
why
don't
you're
get.
saying misinterpreting. They did their mission. The goal was to delay the
What do you
certification.
mean?
of the vote.
There were
They delayed
100,000 people
they
there, and like 1,200 of them went to the Capitol, and I think 700 of them actually got in, and only a few of them were actually charged with actual violence.
We're not
Most of them
talking
just
about
walked
hold
around.
on. Do you agree that they delayed the certification of the vote?
Yes.
Okay, so
I agree that they should be.
Mission, so they accomplished their mission, number one. Number two, okay, like, do you agree that Donald Trump sat and watched for 3 hours and did nothing?
I don't know if it was 3 hours before the tweet came out where he was like,
It was
everyone needs to go
187
home.
minutes. Yeah, it was about 3 hours, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Trump is an
wait, don't say I don't
Trump's
know.
an idiot. I'm not arguing that
He's
point.
not an idiot, though. No one's saying he's an
Yes,
idiot.
he is.
I'm not
Trump
saying
is a
he's an idiot.
moron. Have you ever heard him
It's not
ramble
about
in
him.
speeches?
No, he wasn't being an idiot. He was being purposeful and intentional. He sat and he watched. He made phone calls to congressmen, encouraging them to delay the certification of the vote. He talked to Giuliani for 12 minutes, and then Giuliani made calls to congressmen, encouraging them to delay the certification of the vote. Like, why are we trying to make these weird excuses when, like, the whole plan is so out in the open and everything happened, like, just exactly as he wanted it to? Like, there's no mystery here. Like, why do we have to invent like a weird mystery? He wanted to delay the certification. He was talking about it all morning. He'd been tweeting about it for weeks. He managed
How
to
does my
delay it.
mic
He just
sound?
couldn't get Pence to
It's
go
too
along with the
loud.
plot.
That's clipping.
Yeah, in my mind, none of that was ever plausible. Even if he thought it was
This should
that
be
it could
good?
happen, it could
I'm
never
guessing?
have happened.
It doesn't matter. No,
This is
you're
good?
saying that now because it ended up not
I did
working.
not
But
catch
when
Wick's
is
stream last night.
plausibility
No, in
ever
what
been?
universe
Watching some
could
of
it
the-
have worked?
I think
If Pence
Destiny's
wouldn't have
doing it.
certified the vote, nobody knows
I
what would have
I
happened.
haven't been watching a lot of streams lately.
Yeah, I don't even think
Out
it
of
was
touch.
within his power to not certify the vote.
Well,
I mean, I
Donald
remember
Trump
the 4 years
disagreed.
earlier when all the Democrats stood up and said this is a rigged election, whatever, and Biden finally had to put the gavel down and be like, it's over, okay?
Yeah, that
it's
never
over.
happened. Number one, and number two.
What do you
there
mean
was
in
no
2016
massive
when
riot.
Trump won?
There was no
all the
massive
Democrats
riot.
stood up and
There was no
all the
massive
Democrats stood
riot
up and
outside.
said, "We reject these. We reject this. This wasn't like a fair election. This was BS. We reject him as president." And Biden finally, after like 3 hours of this shit, was like, "It's over. It's over."
Okay,
Trump
so
won.
big Mike, one issue you brought up previously is like you're implying the idea that at the January 6th Trump speech, there was almost no turnout. Just because I was doing some research in the background, the actual New York Times puts the January 6th Trump speech at about 53,000 people on turnout, and the entire amount at the January 6th
Willie Mack's
Capitol
here
building
listening.
riots is about 30,000. So imply that
No,
barely anyone
that is
turned
false.
up didn't happen. That's insane.
That is false. There were not 30,000 rioters at the Capitol. That is false.
Estimates for turnout to the whole thing put it at 10 to 30,000. That is
10 to
what is
30,000? What the heck kind of that's false. I've seen the videos.
We're
Nowhere
not
near
saying
that many
people
people.
entering the building. We're saying turnouts
Smingy,
in
if you
total.
can't stop talking over people, I'm gonna get other speakers to come on.
Oh my god. That's one of the most annoying things that people say. Dude, I've seen the videos. There's nowhere near that many people. I've seen the videos, dude. You know the ones that Tucker Carlson played? There's not a lot of people, and they're walked around, dude. They're walked around. It was like a tour.
Come on. you're feel free to speak, but from
They
what I've
let him
seen,
in.
30 to 40,000 people outside of the Capitol, and then like 2,500 people that went inside the Capitol.
I've read a little bit less than that, but I know for a fact that it definitely not 30,000 quote unquote rioters. There might have been people in the vicinity, but not
Would you
charged,
accept
not
the term
violent.
protesters?
Smidgy.
Would you accept the term protesters?
Protesters. I mean, how many
There's
protesters
no.
were there?
Hold on. What an idiot this chick is. Would you accept the term protesters? That's the term they want to use. That's so stupid.
During the summer of love. What do you mean? I don't understand the relevance of that.
I guess it's just the interesting thing to me is that like the entire plan is laid bare for weeks. Donald Trump wants to do a giant riot on January 6th. He says it's going to be historic. Everybody agrees it's going to be historic. They're protesting the election. Hashtag stop the steal. Okay. Trump is talking about how they need to pressure Pence to come through for them. Okay. He holds his rally like a mile away from the Capitol. He sends them all to the Capitol afterwards. There's a massive break-in. Trump watches for 3 hours and does nothing. They delay the certification of the vote by I don't know, anywhere from 7 to 13 hours, depending on how you look at it. And to look at all of this and say all of this just happened to be an accident when everything seemed to go exactly as Trump wanted, except he couldn't get Pence to twist and bend to his will. I don't know how we can say it was all an accident. Like, it was all super intentional. It all happened from start to finish exactly as he wanted it to.
And when Trump had 3 hours to stop all of this by just sending out one tweet, like Ivanka Trump begged him just to add the word peaceful. But like he couldn't even do that. For 3 hours, he did nothing. And he just waited while this whole thing happened, while he was in his dining room watching Fox News while it happened. And he was calling senators to like force them to like switch their vote or have it like stopped.
My hot take is Donald Trump is too incompetent to actually oversee his own insurrection. And America's thankful for that.
Okay, hold on. You say that, but he was doing everything he needed to the entire time. They had a BS legal theory that was completely crafted out. They'd already falsified 7 different slates of electors that they were desperately trying to get to Pence. They were already pressuring Pence through the media, through the administration, and then later on through the speeches that they were given during the ellipse. He had called all those people to January 6th, to the Capitol in order to go and protest. Like, he'd done all the things that he needed to. It was just at the very end, Pence ended up not flipping.
Stephen, I wasn't arguing that he didn't try and put everything in motion. I was just saying at the very end, he's a coward who couldn't follow through with his own insurrection. I wasn't arguing with you on that.
Sure. Sometimes I feel like people treat him a little bit too much with baby gloves, where like, I think if he had another shot at it, I think he would choose people. Like, I think he chose Vance because Vance said he would have gone through with the January 6th plot. I do agree he's a coward, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, that's the issue. Obviously not American, you can hear in the accent. That's the issue I have with Donald Trump. I feel like any other person or politician in all of human history would be treated with any level of severity and criticism in regards to anything they do. But it feels like Donald Trump, Republicans and conservatives have this side moment where every single action he takes is just, oh, well, that's just Trump. He's just that idiot weirdo on the sidelines, and we excuse every weird action. And why, like, obviously the American system has its own issues on that, but why is there no social unification on what the is this guy doing?
The Trump sycophants are too strong. There was an attempt to get him out, but we couldn't do it.
Hey, Riley.
Yeah.
Yo, how's it going? Sorry, I couldn't make today. I tweeted that earlier before. I just have to babysit. I have to pick up my niece, but I don't know how long I have. But I just want to ask you, because recently you said if he had at least sent out a tweet for a peaceful. I know the tweet at I think it was like 12 on January 6th when Trump did tweet out, remain peaceful, respect our men and women in blue. Did that not count?
Are you talking about the 187 minutes or beforehand?
No. This was around like 12 p.m.
Stephen, I know you have like a list of all the tweets, and honestly.
The point, and look.
Wait, hold on, wait. I just want to be super clear on this. So the tweet that, if you're talking about the tweet where Donald Trump tweets out and says, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful. That tweet was sent out at 2:38 p.m. There was
another one. I'm asking everyone in the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order.
That one was done later. That was at 3:13 p.m. That was done
at 12:13.
12:13 PST.
Correct.
So that's California time. So it would be 3 hours after. That's in EST. Yeah.
Wouldn't my time would reflect? Let me see. I'm trying to see if there's an image or if it was like a live post. So.
True.
Image wise, I agree with what you're saying. By the way, when you talked about the fake letters sent out and everything, but wouldn't that be after the fact that in that moment, especially with the ballots, especially with the votes, oh my God, jump for votes for Biden, what the heck, this election is stolen. If they truly believe that, would there not be some course to take if that's truly what he believed, even though people would say otherwise? It's not until afterwards where courts dismissed.
This is what I would say. I think that there might be an argument to be had there, but then what we're saying is there was a reason to launch a coup/insurrection. And then we can go that route. But you can't, not you, I'm sorry, I'm saying you. You can't not you personally, sorry. One can't deny that an insurrection ever happened and then say, well, but maybe it happened because there was a really good reason to have an insurrection/coup.
So let me ask you. So it was the insurrection. Is Donald Trump the one who did this insurrection, or was it the people on January 6th? Is what I want to differentiate.
I think that he led it. He instigated it and he led it to work to further the coup.
So even though he said, "Okay, guys, remain peaceful," that tweet was taken down. Most people
to be clear,
there,
we keep saying
was nonviolent.
He gave an over hour long. He gave an over hour long speech. At one point in the beginning-ish of that speech, I think in the first 20 minutes, he says, "I know you'll be remaining peaceful." Okay. He says that one time. He mentions fighting and pressuring Pence and voter fraud for the entire rest of the speech.
Who doesn't say that? That interpretation is very different. I've heard that. Look, I used to watch, the only news I actually used to watch was all like CNN and stuff like that. And that's all the talk I've heard from
I have never in my life, and I'm pretty confident that you can't cite a Democratic politician saying that we need to go and fight like hell, and then immediately afterwards people march to a government building.
There are tons of examples of that. Tons.
Name one.
To beat Trump up and punch him in the face.
But she's not talking. She's not talking to a
literally talking violently. But you're saying they would never even as a metaphor say we must fight for our country. We must fight to end to bring democracy.
Yeah, number one, these people haven't backed it up with months of allegations of voter fraud that are unsubstantiated. Two, they're not speaking to a crowd. Two, they're not. They're not talking. They're not talking to a crowd of people that are ready to go and riot. And number three, this isn't working in conjunction with an attempted coup that he's already got planned out that he'd been working through the entire time.
If you think attempted coup was on everybody's mindset exactly in the Capitol,
it was.
That was a pretty failed coup. If you're talking about, they got a pressure, thing, and most everybody that went was unarmed. Most people respected the Capitol. Most people who even went in and walked out got 5 years in prison. I don't understand where. Here's the thing. What I don't understand. This is what I don't understand. I'm not a fan of Trump. He wasn't my first pick. What I don't understand is why people don't remain consistent. What I mean about consistency.
Wait, no, not that. No. Hold on. I know that Republicans love to pivot to the amorphous BLM things. One topic, we can do a thing on BLM riots or whatever if you want. I'm not here to defend BLM riots.
It wasn't even that.
But it is a totally disanalogous thing when we talk about a president that's been lying to the country for months, that's been trying to maintain power, that falsified electors coming from states, that encouraged people to go and riot at the Capitol, and then sat by for 3 hours in an absolute dereliction of duty and watched after Ashley Babbitt got shot, after everybody in everybody's begging him to tweet and tell people to stop. There's 50 million different people. Fox hosts, his own son, his own daughter are tweeting and texting and begging him, please tell father to call these people off, and he's not doing it all. Why? There's no comparable situation here to a Democratic leader ever. There's nothing. Whoopi Goldberg saying something on The View is not comparable to this.
No, I'm not saying comparable. I'm saying that what you said is understandable. Yes. If there's people, Trump was at a position of, if he called upon all his supporters, right, and they're there and he says, sorry, everybody, you guys overdid it. Everybody go home immediately after. He'd probably lose those supporters. He would look like, he was in a position where I understand if he had to kind of be more I guess, forward pushing with his language and everything. Sure. If you want to argue, oh, it took him too long. Sure, I understand that. What I'm saying, what I'm
wait, just real quick. You can say your point, but because you're summarizing mine so ridiculously. If you want to say that he could have done something, no. Donald Trump was the guy. He was the head chain. He was the commander in chief, and he's the guy ultimately that could, at any point in time, pick up the phone and call to end what was happening at the Capitol. He could have made a tweet, or he could have called the National Guard. He had the power to do both of those to end it, and he didn't for 3 hours.
So no one else could have done anything, is what you're saying. Even when Pelosi said, "Oh, why didn't from the beginning people expect, maybe a bigger turnout or something and be prepared for it?" Where she even took responsibility of that.
Because nobody knew what the Oath Keepers were planning. Nobody knew what the Proud Boys were planning, and nobody knew that Donald Trump was going to rile people up and send them to the Capitol afterwards.
So you're telling me,
and Pelosi's not the president.
In the world, the government, the Capitol, they couldn't possibly prepare a little bit more for
I don't think
a coup that was about to take. They didn't. A secret insurrection that was about to take place on our U.S. Capitol. They were just like, you know what? On one hand, this is an insurrection that's so bad, they compared it to Pearl Harbor and 9/11. CNN anchors that break down fake crying as to play up the severity of January 6th. You're telling me that's how severe this day was, but at the same time, the government was like, it's probably not a big deal. We'll just have a couple of police officers chilling, and then afterwards we'll tell everybody to go home after some violent, our bad. But if a slightly
nobody knew.
Maybe a couple more people that were armed. Yeah, they would completely.
Nobody
destroy the
knew.
Everybody would be dead inside.
Yeah, you can keep. Yeah, you're just repeating the same talking point over and over again. Nobody knew that there were going to be coordinated groups there to do break-ins, like the Proud Boys did initially.
Okay,
and nobody knew that Donald Trump was going to send all of his people over to the White House. Okay,
So how long
number
did it
2,
take?
and then number 3, nobody.
We can deploy an aircraft carrier in 30 minutes. How long did it take for people to be like, oh, this is getting a little out of hand. Maybe we need to call in some more National Guard, which Pelosi took responsibility of as well.
Pelosi can't take responsibility of the National Guard. She's not in the chain of command for that at all. That's just not true.
She said, "Oh, we thought it was sufficient enough, but they didn't know, and clearly, nobody knew." And I take responsibility for them just not having prepared more, is what she said. We have responsibility, and she was upset about that.
Sure, they're trying to balance out. They're trying to balance out the view, because some people, believe it or not, I know that the Trump guys don't, but some people do care about what democracy looks like and what voting looks like in this country. And the idea of having the National Guard there standing shoulder to shoulder with rifles, as the vote is being counted, is just, that's an appearance that the United States of America doesn't really like to give to its voters. It's a very spooky appearance, and that was the thing they were trying to avoid in the beginning. Now, obviously, in retrospect, we can see I know. For those of us that care about democracy, it kind of matters. In retrospect, you could argue that it maybe wasn't the best idea, but again, nobody knew there were coordinated groups that were going to be trying to break through into the Capitol that day. Nobody was in the Proud Boys signal groups. Nobody knew that the Oath Keepers were, nobody knew that these groups were coordinating and planning in advance to break in.
Except Michael Flynn and Roger Stone, Trump's friends, which were in the crowd that day and with the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers the night before. But nobody's going to mention that. Rob, I know you're on the attack mode here, but can you defend the 187 minutes Trump did not act? People were breaking in, people were chanting, people in White House staff knew, they were saying hang Mike Pence in the middle of the 187 minutes. Why didn't Trump do anything? Why didn't he stop it?
Who's gonna send out a tweet saying go home?
He did do that, yes.
He did do that. That's what I'm saying. You wanted him to do that earlier?
Yes.
Why did he wait?
That I agree. I'm
he was watching it live on Fox News in his
position. In his position, with how the whole thing pretty much came forth, yes, there was that lack of time where, he probably should have done it earlier.
You condemn him for that.
I'm not defending that.
You condemn him.
Yeah, I'm not defending that.
Yes,
so, Rob, I have a question.
Is that a yes, you condemn him for his lack of candor in protecting? Or sorry, lack of responsibility in protecting?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Say that one more time.
Do you condemn him for the dereliction of duty, that he had a duty as the President of the United States, he had a duty as the Commander-in-Chief and head of the Federal National Guard to do something, and he didn't? He stood by and he watched. He made tweets after Ashley Babbitt had already been shot. He made tweets not telling people to leave,
right? That tweet of I'm asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Why is he telling them to remain? He made that tweet at 3:13 p.m. No, he made that tweet at 3:13 p.m. That was 2.5 hours after the restricted grounds had already been breached. It was an hour after the Capitol building had already been broken into, and it was 30 minutes after Ashley Babbitt had already been shot. All of this had been reported to Trump. Why is he making tweets telling people to remain peaceful there? Why wouldn't he tell them to go home?
Yeah, I think it's because of his supporters.
Okay, so do you condemn him for his dereliction of duty there?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That's not my problem. It's really not my problem at all. Because, like, look, I came from...
It should be your problem. Like, how's it not your problem?
Oh, no, I'm not... Okay, it's a problem. Let me rephrase. It's a problem. It's not exactly the point I'm trying to make.
Isn't it disqualifying for an executive, for the chief executive? Isn't that a disqualifying? You just condemned him for dereliction of duty.
What are you talking about? Say it again.
Isn't it disqualifying? Isn't it preclusive? Isn't it immoral to advocate someone who has such a humongous dereliction of duty that they allow something like that?
Dude, I think they would have. If this is the problem I have, I'm saying it again.
I did hear about that.
I'm saying if. I don't know exactly where it's like, oh, he just sat in the room.
Is it disqualifying?
Say disqualifying for what?
Yeah, for the office of presidency.
I mean, he wasn't. I don't
legally, just like in your mind. In your own mind, as a man.
I can't say it again. Sorry.
Isn't it disqualifying, in your own estimation, whatever that is, that you as a man could vote for this person?
Depending on the circumstances, now that's a little different. Because then I would rephrase that question to you. If Trump, say he wins the presidency right now, right? What I want to see, I literally, I'm wondering if the goalposts are going to be moved, if the media is going to talk about something else. If Trump wins the presidency, apparently what's supposed to happen? This is what I'm banking on, just because my entire life, this is all I've heard, right? What's supposed to happen is, 1, he's going to become a dictator since day 1. 2, he's a fascist, and it's going to be.
What does any of this have to do with any of what's being
3, he's not going to. He's going to remain in power past 4 years. These are 3 things shoved in everybody's face.
None of this has to do with anything about. No, it doesn't. He's already done. The conduct that he's exhibited is already disqualifying, right? Like, he's already done on J6 in those 3 hours what you guys would accuse Biden of doing by being senile, of falling asleep somewhere for 3 hours while the Capitol burns. Okay, and he's failing in his duty to either send out a tweet to his followers saying go home, or make a phone call and say, I don't know what the is going on, but the National Guard needs to be at my Capitol building right now. I'm the president of the United States. This is my territory. The commander-in-chief of the military is one of my most important jobs.
Like, so you know for sure when Trump said that he offered the National Guard when things got out of hand, that was a no-go?
He did not offer the National Guard when things got out of hand. That is a lie. That's not true.
It just couldn't be done.
He offered them beforehand.
No, he didn't offer them beforehand. He brought them up awkwardly in a conversation with Miller saying, maybe we need 10,000 National Guard to protect my people while they go protest. It was never a serious request. It was never put in through formal channels. It came up in a conversation once. That's it.
But why not? No one else could have done that?
Because people didn't know what would happen. People didn't know that the Proud Boys were organizing covertly. Nobody knew
that the
Proud
Boys was like a 40,000 per person militia that was armed to the brim.
They did not.
They didn't know. There was 100. They didn't need
100,000 militias.
You don't need 100,000 militias. We have video. The first people that broke through the restricted area were Proud Boys. It's on video. The first people that broke into the Capitol building were Proud Boys. It's on video.
You keep saying we're Proud Boys. My whole point is,
did you not see
these Proud Boys are an unstoppable force to the United States government?
They don't have to be an unstoppable force. Hasn't it been conservatives that have said over and over again, 3%, 3%? You only need a small percentage of people to do anything? What do you mean? Do you think in a BLM riot, if you go to a BLM riot and there's like 10,000 people there, how many people do you think are actually rioting? You know it's not all 10,000, right?
Okay. Yes.
So it's possible that without the Proud Boys being organized and doing those initial breaches, maybe it literally would have just been a protest where people get rowdy.
So how many Proud Boys, you said, was in the video breaching?
I think it was 1 to 300 showed up total.
That's kind of my point. That's what I'm talking about.
What is your point?
I don't understand where, look, what I don't like, right? So if Trump said something, oh, by the way, we went campaigning in California and this, blah, blah, and it was a lie. I'm like, it's a freaking lie. He's just trying to like showboat or get people together, whatever. It's only being lied, right? If something's not really conclusive, there's a whole realm too about this administration and people around this administration where nothing from what I see is even conclusive to them. They've been lying every other day. I hear a blatant lie. There was lies I didn't want to even believe, even straight from CNN, where I'm like, oh, they wouldn't lie about that. I didn't believe it.
What are you talking about?
There was
Are we talking about a specific thing here? I mean, you want to take a specific statement? Let's talk about a specific.
Let's take January 6th.
Yeah, let's take a specific statement. Let's talk about Trump real quick. So get past the ellipse speech, right? I just want to be clear on this one statement made by Trump.
About a couple hundred Proud Boys. I'm like, Biden and the entire left.
We're not talking about Biden. We're talking about Trump.
They don't come out and say there's no such thing as having guns because you fear a tyrannical government. No one's going to come knocking on your door and taking away your guns, and you can't protect yourself in government because guess what? You need F-16s and tanks to take on the government. But this guy's saying, 300 Proud Boys. Oh, they weren't prepared for that, guys.
Let's take one statement of Trump's. Let's take one statement of Trump's on January 6th. Forget about the ellipse for a moment. All right? Just imagine that I agree with your farcical interpretation of that speech, but put it aside for just one moment. You agree, because you cannot deny, that by 2:11 o'clock p.m., Capitol had been breached, okay? There had already been violence deployed. By 2:11 p.m., cops were being attacked. The chambers within minutes were being evacuated. Pence was being evacuated. There was a near miss. And Trump was apprised of this. This is not deniable, okay? At 2:25 p.m., Donald Trump tweets, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones, which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. So in that moment, when Donald Trump knows the Capitol has been breached, it's not a question anymore. He's not at the ellipse. He knows violence has been deployed. He knows it's been used against police. He knows that Pence has been evacuated. He knows that the chambers are being evacuated and that they're in danger. In that moment, with the knowledge of ongoing violence, wouldn't you say that USA demands truth and the entirety of that tweet is an explicit endorsement of the protesters, the rioters, the insurrectionists, yes or no?
I would say yes, if you also agree that that's exactly how it was in the past towards Biden's administration.
I don't have to.
Even for a more worse effect, because you have to be consistent.
What do you mean disgusting? I'm operating Windows 11. What do you mean? Fuck's wrong with Windows 11?
If that's what you're saying,
I'll be
you have to say the
100%
exact
consistent,
same thing about riots.
Are you willing to say, pretend I don't exist, because I will be able to beat whatever consistency test that you're providing. Are you willing to say that, yes, that tweet was an explicit endorsement of all the violence and insurrection that was going on in that moment? Yes?
You're saying because he said remain peaceful and it took too long, that was an endorsement? No, then I would say no.
At 2:20, so he hasn't said the be peaceful tweet yet. This is 2:25. The Capitol has just been breached. Everyone's being evacuated. Cops are being attacked. Trump knows about this. At that moment, when he makes that statement, you think USA demands truth. Knowing everything that Trump knows in that moment, that is not an endorsement of what's going on in the Capitol? You're willing to say that no, your position is it's not an endorsement?
That because he didn't say anything?
No. He said, Trump tweeted at 2:25, I'm giving you the timeline, that USA demands truth. This is with the knowledge that violence is ongoing.
That doesn't even seem relative to me, particularly to the rioting. If he says US
we're talking about Trump's state of mind.
No, because if this is a moment in time, let's just say the roles were switched, right? It wasn't Trump, it was somebody else. It doesn't even matter who else, but let's just say it was somebody else. And if they truly said, oh my gosh, look at the situation, we were celebrating a victory, and then these ballots came in and this happened, this election was stolen, and that's what they were going based off of, it would seem correct, especially if after the fact, if this was challenged and proved to be voter fraud, then everything what you're saying would make sense.
Hold on, wait, just a quick timeline. At 2:13, okay, the Proud Boys member, Dominic Pizzola, breaks into the Capitol building with a riot shield. That happens at 2:13. And the same minute, the Senate is gavelled into recess and Pence is taken from the Senate chambers. Okay? 1 minute later, we have video of rioters outside chanting, hang Mike Pence. Okay? There are multiple people that have testified that when Trump heard this, he said, Mike deserves it. Okay, at 2:15, okay, a minute later, we can literally see rioters running up the stairs, and then we see a cop lure them away. Hold on. Wait, stop. What do you? I'm just reading facts. The fact that you're saying Trump deranged syndrome, I'm reading facts, like summarizes your entire position. Okay, 1 minute later, stop. Let me finish. Let me finish, and I can tell you the stats. Okay, 1 minute later, you've got rioters that have breached the second floor that are like 20 meters away from Pence and his family. Okay, and then 10 minutes, and then 10 minutes after all of that, 10 minutes after all of that, 10 minutes after all of that, Donald Trump tweets, okay, after the break-in, after Pence has been evacuated, and after people are outside chanting, hang Mike Pence, Donald Trump tweets, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones, which they were previously asked to certify. The USA demands the truth. You don't think that wasn't a tacit endorsement of the violence that was happening?
Why is it, we already had
if at the moment they truly believe in what he said, no, I wouldn't say so, because even if this was on the Democrat side,
no, stop, bro. Why do you have Democrat derangement syndrome? Just focus on just Trump. You don't have to keep going to the other side to try to like make your side.
I'm not going to this. I'm literally saying what I would believe. I'm answering your question, and I'm answering it as a whole. I'm saying regardless of who it is, because you keep saying Trump. I'm like, if somebody believed, if they truly believe
this
democracy was stolen, look at this example that I have with the ballots. The count, look, there was things leading up to it, right?
Okay, so you think it was a coup and an insurrection. You agree with that. Fine, that's fine. You're justifying why he has a right to lead a rebellion. Okay.
If the result ever happened where, yes, there was voter fraud detected, enough, it doesn't have to be so much, enough that it did play a role in the election, then yes, those things you're saying would make sense. Then those actions technically would be more justified. Regardless of the party.
Yeah, you're justifying an insurrection. You're justifying a coup and an insurrection. That's what you're saying. Because you think that the election was stolen, so you're going to try to coup the false government and lead an insurrection to support the coup of violence.
Yeah, correct.
Thank you. Okay, that's fine. All right, thank you.
Was it an endorsement of the violence? Answer the question, Rob. Was it an endorsement of the violence or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was.
What violence? What violence?
So, wait, hang on. What do you mean, what violence? So you deny that there was violence on January 6th. You deny that?
Dude,
I don't.
Yes or no? Do you deny it? Yes or no?
All right, guys, give me a second. All right, Nick.
I never deny there was violence. This is the thing that I'm talking about. I even said in my original tweet.
Hold on, Nick.
If this was vice versa and the Democrats did this, I would support the protests on January 6th. I will 100% report that. They'd be the first one. If Ashley Babbitt got shot, they would be screaming, again of the police brutality. Why didn't he just
How many people
her?
are still
Oh my
watching?
God, there'd be a year of riots for Ashley Babbitt if they were on their side. But now they're like, oh, I'm glad she got shot and killed for trying to, because she's a terrorist. Like, if those people, liberal or Republican, if they truly believe, they were like, oh my gosh, look what happened. All of a sudden, the mail-in ballots after COVID, it took, 2 weeks to count everything. Oh, there was a spike in ballots for Biden after we were already celebrating for, Trump to win. If that same situation happened for regardless.
Yeah, Avius, every time I've spoken to my dad about January 6th, he's like, it wasn't an insurrection. They didn't have guns. They didn't have guns. It couldn't be an insurrection. Point me to the definition of insurrection that says must have guns. That's a good question.
Party, and they truly thought their election was stolen, and there was questions.
Don't forget about that fake water leak, and they pulled suitcases out in Georgia.
You guys are living memes. I mean, do you listen to yourselves talk?
Dude, I'm saying I support both sides.
What are you?
Just to be clear,
are you
also,
saying?
just to be clear, wait, on the
Riley,
black case that you're talking, that,
Right.
so to be clear, because you guys talk about edited videos, that story originated with a falsely edited OAN video. Raffensperger and every single person involved in investigating that in Georgia and the federal judge
Okay. Let's see. What the fuck? Huh? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Can these things not run at the same time? That would be so stupid. This shouldn't have a problem right now. This is fucked. I don't understand. What did you think of the new Eminem album? I'll ban you if you have. I haven't listened to it. Damn, this is stupid. What the fuck? Come on. No. Why? It's so weird. No, I didn't burn out my camera.
No,
It was as soon as I turned on the Elgato 4K Pro that I'm using to capture my PlayStation. As soon as I turned that on, this thing stopped working.
As soon as I turn that on, this thing
I don't
stopped
understand
working.
why.
New
I
schedule.
don't understand why.
New schedule.
How are you?
New schedule. What's up?
Nothing. I'm chilling. What about you?
Same, pretty much.
You're capturing your PlayStation.
Yeah.
What you doing?
I was gonna play Bloodborne, but my fucking cam link doesn't want to work properly with OBS.
That is cringe. The Elgato shit is always trash for that. I had the same issue. I mean, it works now, but yeah, it's a pain in the ass.
Huh. It's super weird. As soon as I put two Elgato things at the running at the same time, it just fucking crashes one of them.
What software do you use? Like Camlink? Because I have Camlink 4K. I don't know what you use.
Yeah, I have the Camlink 4K, and then I have
Shit, it's so bad.
and then I have the Capture 4K. The
I don't even know what the second one you just said was.
the capture card that you put in your computer. Elgato capture card.
Okay, you have the physical hardware one.
Yeah.
I regret not buying there's like a separate hardware one that you can render with in HD. I regret not buying that one. I think it came out after. Have you seen it? It's like the Neo or something. I don't know if I understand the capabilities well, but it seemed like a good idea so you don't have to like render through your own shit, basically. Because my graphics card sucks.
What?
Yeah. It renders completely separate from like the tower or your GPU. That's my understanding anyways. You should look into it.
Neo game capture.
I don't have your stream open so I can't see, but it's white. It's like you could set it up with like an iPad and a controller basically.
Huh.
Yeah, it seems like really cool. But
I don't know.
Connect your console to your gaming screen and laptop or iPad so you can record or stream whatever else. Oh,
It might only
okay.
be in HD as well, right?
Let's see.
Which is more than enough, because streaming in 2160 is just dumb.
Oh, up to 4K 60.
But the other thing as well is that I heard that you can do all of your own rendering through your OBS at 1080, and then when you do your output selection, you can switch it to 2160, and then YouTube will just upscale it for you without any extra render bullshit. Does it automatically.
Okay. So this says
That's a bandwidth thing, right? Because if you don't have good internet, then you shouldn't. But yeah, it's pretty cool. A lot of people
Yeah.
don't know that. I don't even know why I don't do that, but
this okay, yeah, this says 4K 60 on your screen, but it'll be captured in 1080 60.
oh,
It's
so
4K
it's the
60
4K
pass through.
Yeah, pass through.
Um,
Yeah. I could
yeah.
not get mine to work for so long. I did so much research on all this bullshit, and I still don't really get it, but
The what I've got has the 4K 60 capture and pass through, but I don't know what the fuck is going on with this where
is it your EID settings? Like you go in there and you want to choose like, so you can do auto, both, native, or something else. Sometimes if you fuck with those, it helps, but that might just even be like, I'm assuming it's not your CPU shitting on you or anything.
I'm gonna see if
Fuck with those, because that helps a lot actually. You can like reconfigure it, but I don't honestly know what the appropriate setting is, but I just kind of messed with them until I found one that worked. So
okay. Let's see.
it's just what your computer recognizes as the kind of input that you're taking in. So it's like digital or like hardware or some bullshit. But yeah, I would recommend just fucking with those. You can't really do much damage by just trying them. So
Huh. I'm trying to find people with the same issue, like this specific issue. 'Cause it's like it's so weird.
when you're positive it's not your graphics card, like you're not just over rendering. Because you have a 40 series, you probably shouldn't even, it shouldn't be an issue, right?
Yeah.
And your output settings in your stream, they're not crazy.
Yeah, they're not crazy at all.
What do you run? Because like I run like 25,000, but I think most people just do like 10K or like 9,000.
Like 6K. 6K is like the Twitch limit.
Yeah, but you can improve the quality of your stream by ramping it up. YouTube won't prevent you from doing that. You can only go like max like 25,000, I think, for 1080. And then like 50 for 4K, and that just helps with the outputs and shit. But I mean, that's gonna overwhelm your stuff if you're not like it also doesn't. I mean, the difference is negligible in my opinion. But I mean, if I can and I don't do it, I just feel stupid. So I just do it. Except for when I'm playing games, I don't do it because obviously you're rendering your game now and that, so it's not great. You should share your desktop. I have like 5 minutes for I have to get back to work, but I'm chilling.
I don't even think there's anything that I could like show you. I'm not doing
Capture your
anything
window.
specific
Yeah, but, okay.
yet.
Okay, you're good.
I'm just like looking up if other people are having the same problem because I'm not running it through any software. I'm just it's going straight into OBS and I've never had this problem before.
So from Elgato to OBS through, yeah.
Yeah. It's just
So
the device.
you're supposed to be able to add like a video source, and the video source isn't playing. It's not opening because sometimes there's another process that might be using it. So like Discord can take it as an option for your videos and stuff because it's like the cam link though. So sometimes if you just close Discord completely and then you do that, or I would say close Discord, make sure that Discord's not attempting to use it. And then again, if that doesn't work, close both OBS, which will interrupt your stream. But as soon as you relaunch OBS, then you can just hit start streaming. Bye, Sharm. You can just reopen your stream anyways. It won't close your stream unless you have auto stop on. So
Okay.
yeah, those are things that you can try because I've been having issues with my cam link showing up in OBS, and because I run it through another software, of course, but also sometimes Discord just takes the source and then yeah, just you can't find it. So
Huh.
yeah, because the assumption too is like you could hypothetically turn your screen link into a webcam camera, right? Like you could use that as your virtual output
Yeah.
if you really wanted to.
That's what I
You could
was
do that.
doing for a while, and I just switched back to see if the cam link was working. But I think somehow the damage to the cam link, it works for video now, but it doesn't. Like there's something fucked up about its internal settings where it can't work with another Elgato device at the same time or something.
Yeah, and that's obviously not intended because why would they sell all these products, right, at the same yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Elgato products. Elgato.
how's your coding going?
Slow, but it's going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well I'm gonna head out, but yeah, hopefully you can find something that works.
All right.
Awesome.
I'll be on tomorrow again.
When are you streaming?
2 to 6, 2 to 7-ish.
What time is it where you are?
It's 6:30 right now.
Okay. Well, I might catch you tomorrow because I don't work tomorrow, so I'll talk to you later.
All right. Later.
Bye.
That might be doing it. Hold on. Will this fix it? Fixed it. $34.40. No, doesn't look right. go. Oh, it's going through my shirt. Smoothness is too high. Gotta get lightness up to 40. Smoothness down. Okay, that should be good. Okay. Let's see. How do I do this so that I'm getting the audio? What? Why am I not getting the audio? Nothing. Real? I don't understand. This is very strange. What? What the fuck? What? Why does everything have to suck? Okay. Let's see. It is on PCM. No. What the fuck? Why is this cut off? What the fuck? Everything's just a fucking disaster. Where's auto? Enable auto scrolling to the bottom by default. Why isn't it doing that? You gotta be fucking kidding me. It's so strange. Fucking A. Lots of them. Fucking Christ. Okay. I have to open the capture utility. Okay. Seriously? Why? Stream link and 4K capture time. And the video. Huh, maybe that's what's fucking it. Kill me. How the fuck? Ugh. What the? This is such a mess. I don't understand why the audio isn't fucking working. It's so stupid. What? What have I done? That's what it's supposed to be. It's not even going through my speakers now. I don't understand. This is insane. What? This is crazy. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Holy shit. This is not real. Now I hear it. Is that better? Why? I don't. Huh? Lovely. This is obnoxious. Why did everything get so fucking loud? Oh, that's why. Bullshit. Is that better? The sound, at least. Shit is fucked. This doesn't work. Kill me. Huh? Bro. Yep. Rocker. Fucking blown away. I have an idea. It's not. Seriously? The fuck is wrong with this shit? So loud. Camera hub. That shouldn't be open. Is that what's happening? Oh fuck. Can't see it. Let's see if this changes. Fuck. This doesn't even make any sense. So confused. Weird. Really weird. What the fuck? Alright. Try this stupid shit one more time. Fucking finally. Holy shit. Mass audio properties. Monitor and output. Perfect. My God. That was obnoxious. Truly. Okay.
Okay, the district judge, BJ Pack, everybody looked through that video. You can watch the full video. By the way, you can see it online. Not only was that all a lie and it was all fabricated, last year in a court case, Giuliani admitted that it was a lie and it was fabricated. And his defense was, I have a First Amendment right to lie. That's why he lost that lawsuit. And that's why Ruby Freeman sued him for defamation and why he won. That's great that you don't know any of it, but he lied about it. He said he lied about it and all of it was a lie. And every single part, the state of Georgia, all the Republicans there said it was a lie. And the district court that reviewed it, the federal judge, also said that it was a lie. And you can go and watch that full video right now. And you just repeated that. You just repeated that piece of fake news.
I have no idea what that is. Look,
of course you don't. You only know the lies.
Hold on.
What's
Ruby
too loud?
Freeman, if anybody here looks up Ruby Freeman, that is the Georgian election worker that were getting death threats, and her mom was getting death threats, and there's people showing up to their houses. The FBI told them to leave their home because there was so much activity at her house trying to I don't know, do whatever, but Trump verbally said on a phone call that she is a professional election fraudster. And it was just a normal person. But this was another lie that Trump used to get a Georgian election, Georgia Republican.
How's that? Is this good?
Representatives. No,
Am I too loud now? I feel like I'm really loud.
This is another lie that Trump espoused.
You're saying that video was fabricated. Do you have evidence?
Yes, it was fabricated. Yes, it was.
Where's that evidence?
The evidence is if you Google, hold on, just real quick, Google Giuliani
What the
First Amendment
fuck?
right to lie, you can see that was Giuliani's defense in his civil suit when she sued him for defamation. He said, I lied about it, but I have the First Amendment right to lie about it. That was the defense. He lost that case.
True. Sounds good. I don't know what video that is, but
it was the video that it was the one about the fake ballots being pulled out of the black box beneath the table. It was the one about the woman running the voting ballots 3 times.
I don't.
And it also involves the story about the water
fuck?
main breaking
I'm
and
a
them
mess.
closing the election counting area and then opening it later after kicking out all of the Republican
I just did.
voter observers.
I feel like I'm double monitoring my voice right now.
I forget which district it was,
But I can't
that
tell.
court case when they talked about they did find evidence of multiple signatures, ballot. It was I think a couple thousand ballots here.
So this is good?
No, that didn't happen.
This sounds alright?
No, that didn't happen. No, that's not true. No, you just completely made that up.
This is gonna go nowhere. I'm out.
Okay. Look. What here? Can I just ask? Just because specifically all you guys talked about, I know what you brought up with the timing and saying this wasn't exactly okay. Sure, it's the sole responsibility you're putting on Trump specifically. Sure, I get it. What I'm saying is the entire day, at least right now, from the Democratic side and the media. This is my biggest problem. My biggest gripe is the media. Would any of you agree or disagree that the media, the way they report and talk about it, is not only blown way out of proportion? I'm not talking about, oh, look at the time it took Trump to. I'm talking about the entire day, the event as a whole is not only blown way out of proportion, but they use it in a way every single time to make it a tool for them to be like, this is what we have against the Republicans, and we need to push it as far as it could possibly go.
No.
Would you disagree?
If all you have to do, if you want to truly know what it was like that day, look at your guys' media before you realize that you lost. Because when you go and you watch hours of coverage, you can go and watch the whole Alex Jones' show. No, don't tell me, hold on, you just asked me a question. If you go and you watch the conservative coverage that day on Alex Jones' stuff, where you had all the people that were walking around doing the interviews in the street, they were talking about this is a revolution, we're leading the fight for our country, this is the most historic day, this is the most historic day in U.S. history. When Ashley Babbitt got shot, they were saying she's the second, she was the second victim, or the first victim of the second American Revolution. This is what they said when they thought they were winning. And then as soon as they realized that they lost, then it was like, well, hey, this was irrelevant, nothing matters here, actually this was bullshit, nobody cares. So the tone on it changed dramatically, but it was only after you guys realized that you weren't going to be successful in the attempt.
Sure, tone changed on Fox, whatever it is. That's great. Kind of still didn't answer my question. My question was, so you agree with, it was Kamala Harris actually, you agree with her putting this up there as 9/11 in Pearl Harbor. Is that what you're telling me? Let's just say, for one example.
I think that it is, in some ways,
I have the old Hunters DLC. What is that?
Worse. You have a president of the United States who was lying to the American public for months, who was trying to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power. That is one of the cornerstones for how the United States functions as a democracy. We cannot survive terrorist attacks. We've got a fucking military. We cannot survive a president cheerleading on the disruption of our voting process. That we wouldn't survive that.
Can I ask you something?
All right, that was about it for me.
Yeah, that's good. I understand that you don't understand or appreciate anything about how the country works, but like Al-Qaeda was never a legitimate threat to the United States, and our country kind of was. Sorry that I
came from assuming your point, but yes,
I seriously doubt. Yeah, sure. Where did you come from that you're cheering on Donald Trump? I'm so curious. Tell me, please.
Russia and Armenia.
Okay, so you came from Russia. You're looking at a guy like Putin. Do you think Kamala Harris or Donald Trump is most significant?
Do you think Putin's going to respect Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris, because Donald Trump is an actual speech.
Oh my God.
I like that you're giggling and laughing when Donald Trump is laughing stock in terms of foreign policy all around the world. Like, actual foreign policy all around the world. But, so in your mind, when you think of Democrats and you think of foreign policy, you're like, oh, these guys are weak losers. In Putin's mind, he's seeing Gaddafi getting by a bayonet, thinking Hillary Clinton, Obama, and the Democratic Fox have my Assad in Syria, okay? Potentially having that happen to him, right? These are the things that Russia is thinking. And you think Donald Trump, the strong guy who got photos and saluted in North Korean military, okay, the guy that knows how to find Armenia on a fucking map, to be honest, you think this is the guy that you're doing
About like 20 some odd days later,
you think that was decided in 20 days? You think in 3 weeks they made the decision to invade Ukraine?
Was that no, Ukraine will always been the apple of Putin's eye. I know over your time.
No!
No, I think they were losing the pressure that they were applying in the Donbass, and I think there was a Russian invasion that was inevitable. It was going to happen no matter who was president. It was inevitable.
What pressure? Ukraine was putting pressure on the Donbass? You mean like little skirmishes?
No, that Russia wasn't having as much success in the southeast as they were hoping they would, and I think eventually it was going to lead to, they had to do a full-scale invasion. They threatened it. It was already on the table. They could not come through with it. They had to do it. It didn't matter who the U.S. president was going to be. It was always going to happen.
I still don't. I know the history of the Donbass in Russia. I know the people there. I'm just wondering what you mean.
Do you think it was an insurrection?
I know.
They were losing that, so the timing was just ever so perfect as soon as that happened.
I didn't see them coming.
Which, by the way,
and when the first one hit me, I couldn't dodge out.
Nothing in the first couple of weeks of the invasion. He said, "Oh, Putin's going to invade, and it sucks to suck," and that was kind of it.
He got. What do you mean? He got NATO together to supply weapons to Ukraine. There's nothing else we can do. What are we going to do?
Yeah, literally after the initial invasion of Russia failed, after the initial take of Kyiv failed. Yeah, then they saw, oh, wait a second, are they weaker than we thought? Maybe we. And in one country after another, I think it was Britain first started supplying a little arms here and there to Ukraine. I'm not for this.
This is becoming neocon versus neocon. And it's so perfect because the Democrats are basically neocons.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
something
Where's my isolationist to tell us how all foreign policy is evil in the United States?
This is the other topic. We're like, oh, Trump's a laughing stock against other world leaders. He's a laughing stock. Have you ever seen his demeanor and the way he talks to other world leaders?
Bro, nobody cares about this except for you guys. Nobody gives a about his demeanor. Bro, his foreign policy was apt. He can't find any country on a map. This guy's actual retard. Nobody respects Donald Trump on the world stage. Nobody did, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay. I'll challenge that. Nobody respects Donald Trump on the world stage, is what you said. Right?
Correct.
How is it possible if you have ever watched European, Middle East, Asia, Chinese, Russian, state telegram TV, if you've ever watched the news from 2008 till now, you would literally know that they are making, not only Biden and America, it's the biggest laugh. It's so bad. I'm genuinely embarrassed. Do you know how many foreigners who have escaped the war have come to Hollywood and have literally said, oh my God, I want to go back home? There's the news, the way they ridicule Americans, not just Biden.
You understand that, like, every single poll you can find is going to show you that America gained way more respect when Donald Trump lost the election than when he won, right? You're not going to find anything that supports what you're saying, right?
Yes, I can. I could literally find 16 years of telegram.
I was ready.
This is the news everybody watches. This is what they show them. They literally make fun of America in a way you would not believe, including Biden. So I don't know where you're talking about. Have you ever seen any other
People are literally making fun of Trump. That's a UN. Like, he's
who's made dude, the only people who's made fun of Trump, like paired individual or here and there, mostly Americans. I'm talking about if you look at Putin, talking heads of state friendly news. Have you ever I've watched it for years. I've seen the entire thing since like 2007 till now.
Where is that guy?
And 100%.
The summon never come in?
There was not one smirk.
Fuck.
Trump, America right now, even a lot of my relatives, which I have a lot of, and a lot of people surrounding me, they're not into politics. They're not into politics at all. They don't know what, they don't know anything. They legit don't know the first one. Most likely not going to vote. These people walk around in literal shame where it's like, I'm embarrassed of America from what they've done. Outside of America. Outside of America.
Okay. There's literally footage of like Trudeau and I think Boris Johnson, like other people are literally like, or I don't know if Trudeau and other leaders are literally laughing about, like Trump. Yes.
Trudeau.
Yeah, Canada, the country that borders us, is one of the largest trading partners that the United States has.
Yeah, I know Trudeau.
Do you understand how what you just said you are, how absolutely ignorant you are of U.S. politics? You don't think the respect from Canada, like one of the largest trading partners, like a country that never, that doesn't matter? Boris Johnson, there as well, like, on video, like, you're clueless, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about.
So you're saying, forget about China and Russia. Trudeau,
do you think in China and Russia, do you think they feel Donald Trump?
They care more than Biden.
Really? Why didn't Putin pull out of Crimea? Why didn't Putin pull out of Crimea then when Trump was president? What did Trump do to Russia?
What did Trump do to Russia?
You mean like specifically or? Yeah, when Trump was in office, Russia was still occupying Crimea for 4 years. What did he do?
Trump literally said a red line.
Whoa, what the fuck just happened? I glitched, and the summon glitched.
I'm saying overall in general. That's why.
What was the red line that you think Trump said for Ukraine?
Trump, all Trump needs is subtle threats against Putin for him to understand.
Oh, it's all too subtle. So there's nothing public.
Crazy
Yeah, you're delusional. This is Trump
derangement.
derangement, Sticker. This is Trump derangement.
I don't know, dude. It's in front of all the wars, and I don't understand. Like what? Like if your argument was correct under Trump, we should have had total disrespect and mockery of America.
We did have disrespect and mockery of America. Iran was brave enough to attack Saudi Arabia. They attacked the refineries for the first time in history. Turkey was brave enough to fly planes down and bomb all the Kurdish people that we've been working with after we withdrew from Syria. Assad continued to gas his people while Trump was president. That's why Trump bombed their airport. So what do you mean? Nobody respected Trump under all of this. The Palestinians had their massive Great March of Return protest in 2018, 2019.
Accumulated for the respect. Like,
Okay, well, I get, like, North Korea continued their ICBM testing, Iran continued their hurtling towards nuclear weapons, the Palestinians continued terrorist attacks in the Gaza Strip. Like, all of these things still happen under Trump. You just don't know about them because you don't care because you're a partisan hack. Like, nothing here.
No, you're saying those conflicts were a lot greater than the current conflicts of today, is what you're saying.
I never said they were greater than, but all of them were building. All of them were building to where we were today. Yes.
So much more respected.
All of them were building.
Apparently everything I'm seeing from foreign news, they're just ridiculing Trump, not Biden or.
I don't know what. I can't argue with your random Telegram post, my dude. I'm sorry. Like, I've got leaders on camera that are laughing and making fun. No, you're not talking about little guys. You're talking about Telegram posts.
I'm talking about the country itself.
Right. The country. The whole country is posting on Telegram. Yeah. Okay.
Rob,
dude, literally, have you ever been outside of America? That's what it was. Ask about America. See how they are.
Greg, if anybody's listening, Rob, give me a second, Rob, seriously. If anybody's listening,
hold on one second, I gotta pick up the phone. Sorry, I'm listening. I gotta pick up my phone.
Okay, if anybody's a Republican and wants to join and wants to debate why they think Trump is better than Kamala, feel free to request. I'm just gonna ask Rob a question, but
I have a question. So, do you have to be a Trump supporter? I'm so fine.
not necessarily. This is I don't want to disagree with it.
Oh, I understand. I apologize. No, I'm like in the middle. I just want to make sure I can get here.
Anybody want to say anything? Well, then
I do. So I was listening to what everybody was saying in regards to the insurrection. I don't believe that there are people who are trying to say that they support the insurrection, but understand what exactly happened there, because it is as bad as people are saying, to the point where Capitol Police were indeed being assaulted. You know, some people even pulled off their little gas mask to keep something from breathing. And into the building, the whole thing was to find members of Congress because they had one plan, and that was to either shoot somebody because he was elected. And I'll be honest with you, I don't like it when people try to downplay it. I understand the
Whoa.
something that Rob's point early on was that, you know, what did Biden Biden that January 6th. The Republicans did not stop
And also during 2016, some of them did indeed, some of them did object, but it wasn't like cancellation at all. They wouldn't have done the same thing. Just saying.
Yo, sorry, I'm back. Yeah, sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. The point I wanted to make was last thing that Bessie said was the fact that he pretty much dismissed all countries like what they show almost on a daily basis. He's telling me
No.
Example, I can give you like 10 more.
I'm still waiting for the one example, yeah.
Twitter will remain neutral, right? He said, you can find this tweet. He said, Twitter's going to remain neutral. This is what he said. Okay. And I said, yes, this has to be done. What happened afterwards when he said, hey, maybe the country's too heavily...
I think I've gotten closer.
Maybe a house full of Republicans would balance it out.
But I didn't kill all the little spiders those other
Every
times.
single news media outlet called him a hypocrite.
This shit is just so fucking annoying.
That just sounds accurate, though. If he said it was going to remain neutral, and then he says now it's going to be Republican-leaning, then calling him a hypocrite is not...
He said neutral because he was talking about it. If you look at the specific thread, it was about the algorithm in many instances of Twitter accounts that was heavily favored towards only pretty much the left-leaning side. He said this will remain, he said this will be neutral. They mistook that as like, oh, he meant so everybody on the platform has to be neutral about what side they support. So when he came out saying, oh, maybe a house of Republicans would be good, when he was talking about the algorithm of the actual platform. But that single lie discovered.
Okay, wait, what is the single lie? Wait, so who told that? What is the example that we're giving? What is the single lie? Who said this?
Elon said this.
No. Who lied about him? What is the lie about him?
Oh, that he's a hypocrite.
No.
Because
who said it? Who specifically? What article?
Literally everybody.
Okay, well I didn't, so now you're wrong. Boom, I win.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Literally, all right. Wait, you can't think of a single. I gave you a specific example a few weeks ago. Elon Musk tweeted out. No, I don't need to Google. This is your argument. I'm not going to do your work for you. No, I'm not going to do your work for you. Okay, so you want to say a CNN article?
There you go. That's one.
Okay. Philip,
the view almost every anchor, literally almost every liberal anchor on the TV, oh yeah, I'm not.
So for people listening, if you want to be able to pick out a liar very easily and never give specific examples, I always live in this nebulous. You said Philip DeFranco, The View, and CNN. That's what you said. You're not giving me. This is only after I pushed you. Now you give me Philip DeFranco, which is a name, okay? So I guess now I have to go and try to build your argument. I have to Google Philip DeFranco, Elon Musk, neutral platform, try to find the video and find the line, and it's like you haven't done any groundwork on this. What this helps me too is that you didn't watch this, so I happened. You heard another content creator tell you this is going on. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Dude, I can pull up a million in your face right now.
But you couldn't name one when I asked. That was the issue.
I did name you one. John Oliver.
Now we're doing John Oliver.
Every YouTuber literally said he's the hypocrite because look at every single this was shared all over TikTok, all over Instagram, all over Twitter. He's the hypocrite. Look at these tweets. First he says Twitter's gonna remain neutral. Now
what do I need to find? Okay, for the Philip DeFranco video.
You can go to his channel, probably just search Elon, and it was back around this time. Time he was around after the acquisition, after we did Republicans. A Republican majority in the House is not bad. It was right around that. Dude, this is like, I can't believe, like, whoa, you think this is some sort of like
Apparently it is, because you can't give a single solid example. Yes, that does make it esoteric and nebulous, correct.
It's old, so you're gonna have to like look it up. It's everything. Look it up. Literally everything. I'll bet any money on it. Like, that entire week was displayed on Elon. The guys that denying as if like Elon doesn't
Oh wow,
blamed every single
landed
day.
way closer.
No one here is arguing about whether or not Elon gets blamed. He should get blamed. Joe,
No, oh fuck. How the hell did he do that twice in a row?
Sits down and like
it's fucking
you know,
ridiculous.
watches like 10 talk show hosts.
No, I understand. You get it all from Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Glenn Greenwald. Don't worry, I know you got your. You don't have to watch everybody. Just a couple that give you exactly what you want to.
I actually don't watch any news, to be honest. I actually watch more foreign news just to get an insight of what they talk about. But then the news here.
Rob, whenever we were talking about January 6th, have you like read any of the January 6th documents?
Which one? The one that Trump said, oh, the
from the
fake
committee hearings where it's all organized and they have a list of
I briefly
Only have
skimmed through
19 blood echoes left. Or
Okay.
blood. Yeah.
So you just briefly skimmed through just
I mean, there was a lot. I didn't read every single piece of like, Nancy Pelosi makes a call. The chief of staff says maybe we should get some. Yeah, like
Nancy Pelosi's call is.
This is such an annoying fight. It's like not fun. This is the one fight that's just not fun. It's annoying.
That wasn't even my initial like.
Could I encourage you to actually go and get your for yourself?
Yeah, I'll
If you know the timeline though, you just said I thought I heard you say it was a gross sterility. That's correct, right?
But I'm not actually
yes, right. The answer is yes, right?
There's a second part where you
that was the first part.
If there was fraudulent detection activity during that time, yes, it makes sense.
Well, let me just say if I'm capturing your opinion correctly. What you're saying is, if there was a stolen election,
As far as
so if the election were actually stolen, you wouldn't agree with
as far as the protest, Mike Pence, Trump waiting, he said, "Hey, this is what the heck's going on." I agree with that. Yes, not
okay,
the rioters,
but do you,
not actually Babbitt being shot.
But do you agree that Trump, just Trump, right? Trump had a gross dereliction of duty. Fair? I thought you had said that there was this big time lag between when he acted.
If you're already concluding that, oh, this was all fake, there was no possibility, no chance of a rigged election.
In your personal opinion, carrying all of your priors.
Okay, I'll give you this. If in that moment there was absolutely no fraud, then yes, correct.
Well, no, but I'm asking you your opinion with all of your priors. I'm not asking you to get any other priors. So just you, Ross.
Yeah, dude. In that moment, I didn't know for sure. I didn't know for certain. If people genuinely believe, dude, this election is rigged and this thing was stolen from them.
I'm not asking your opinion. I'm not asking your opinion about when the election was stolen. I'm asking you right now, as you sit here, the 12th of August, 2024. Do you believe, with all your priors, that Trump had a gross dereliction of duty on January 6th?
More so based on the fact of what we know now.
Okay. So number two, I agree that was your position. I just wanted to make sure. Number two, before I had showed you, you mentioned the timeline, right? We had walked through the timeline, and Stephen had mentioned to you, and I think you agreed, that 12 minutes prior to a tweet that we were talking about, the Capitol had been breached, chambers had been evacuated, Mike Pence was on the retreat, police were being attacked, and Trump knew about all that. In that presence of that knowledge, Trump decided to tweet, America USA demands security from Mike Pence first. I thought I heard
No, what the fuck?
that was endorsement of the actions of the riot. Was that correct with what I heard?
fight for our democracy could be the reason why someone went and shot up someone else. You know what I mean?
Hold on, wait,
There's
just real
no
quick,
way
just real
that-
quick. I just want to do a quick magic trick. Hey, just curious. The New York one, where during a violent event was happening, not like during one violent riot event was happening, in one instance where a Democratic lawmaker tweeted out anything that was like supporting or encouraging violence.
A lawmaker?
Yes, like you know, like the not like somebody in Congress.
About like bailing out people that were arrested during protests. Like that.
That's a limited time, space, or place to do the legal activity that is banned. Like,
Dude, there were people who died during riots where other people came out and said they support
What?
that because it's for a greater
Other
cause.
people?
Huh?
regardless of whether or not you think there's a double standard, you could say
Why
that,
is he
yes,
over here already?
he did encourage this, and yes, Paul did but I'm asking you,
No, are you kidding me? That's a fucking
Take out Mike
scam.
Pence. No, I wouldn't interpret it that way.
What about
That's
the
what I'm
fact
saying.
that
That's
so
a
many
fucking
people that were convicted
scam.
did feel that way?
Okay, that's their problem then. They shouldn't have done that.
You think it's just random that Donald Trump told people for weeks
Fucking
that Pence could do
scam.
the people election, and during his speech he said they needed to pressure Pence to do the right thing, and then when people went, they were saying hang Pence, and they wanted to find Pence, and they were saying bring out Pence. That when Donald Trump tweeted that Pence failed, it's just a coincidence that people wanted to grab Pence. That's just a coincidence. It's unfortunate that nobody could have foreseen that happening.
I'll tell you this: that tweet probably wouldn't have made much of a difference anyway. For the fact that
You're
if you've been
not
to any
answering.
liberal, if you've been to any
And now we
liberal
pivot to the
rally,
liberals and
I
BLM
can
stuff.
literally,
Okay.
I can literally film a bunch of people saying murder Donald Trump without the help of the media or Biden.
Really?
That's
Are
what
any
I
of them are any of them out there doing it? Are any of them protesting or rioting in
Oh,
a
the
Capitol building doing it?
assassination, maybe?
You mean the guy? Wait, that guy was a Republican, wasn't he?
Oh, okay, yeah, he was registered to vote. He must have been, huh? You're
Oh,
telling me
hold on. You're telling me if he was registered as a Democrat, you wouldn't be using that as an example of
Dude,
him being a
no, I
Democrat?
have to register as a Democrat.
That's
right
fine.
now.
Do you have any evidence that that guy wasn't a Republican?
Do you have any evidence that he absolutely was?
Absolutely. That's not how evidence works, right? Evidence inductively builds us towards a particular.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. You mean the same guy? No investigation. No more social media. All this look, that's what. You got a couple of supporters that want to social
don't let him distract you, right? Say this.
Like, let's be consistent a little bit.
So would you agree though? He was trying to put the Congress people in fear, right? Like he was trying to intimidate them.
Sorry, hold on. Yeah, the Congress people in fear. I don't know.
Maybe you're like, it was caught, like if he knows that they're all.
It's so funny. I don't understand.
That's a lot easier.
January 6th, I look at it. In some cases, it was worse than 9/11. You know, I get it. If that's where you're coming from, then there's not really going to be a ground. This is blown out so much. That's all I've heard was that like this attack on our democracy somehow literally overthrow a government as we know. This is what I've been my whole life.
Oh. Landed right there.
I mean, the crowd, what did they do?
They did do something. They delayed the certification of the vote. They did do it. They accomplished their mission partially. They delayed the certification. Do you agree they did that?
Whoa.
Do you think of one other time in U.S. history where the certification of the vote was delayed by angry rioters outside?
Dude, the counting of the ballots.
What do you mean? They counted the ballots during the city. One nuance, the delaying of the certification of the vote, as Donald Trump didn't accept that he lost the election. You think this is just tiny nuance? Cool, then you agree with me. Thanks. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. So you agree that it was an insurrection. Thank you. Yeah, you're right. Yes, you agree that it was an insurrection because they had the investigation, and you agree that he lied about it. Holy shit. No, it wasn't a way worse than 9/11 and when he was because none of those involved the U.S. president telling a lie to its citizens
Oh my god.
Oh, silence wrong.
Yeah, they got a telegram at 6 o'clock.
Nah, the Elon Trump thing broke.
Okay.
The spaces, Elon Trump signals.
Yeah, it kicked everyone half the people out of the show.
No. I'm fucked. There's no way.
It's been pretty bad.
Did nobody hear what I said recently?
What the fuck?
With every action, what if people knew?
I'm screwed.
Oh, look,
I'm fucked.
these future outlets to go back to
This is ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous.
I'm saying now, today.
You think that his
Previously, no, he could be fully convinced that this election was absolutely stolen.
I have no more vials.
At that time.
I should just
Do
go
you
farm
believe
for
that
a
he was
while.
honest? Are you going back on this now and you're saying that you thought
I
that he was
hate this fucking
actually
fight.
mistaken?
No,
It's
hold
so
on,
annoying.
let me clarify. In the moment of January, on the day of January 6th, no. On the day of January 6th, I'm pretty sure he did genuinely think this whole thing was stolen. There was, it was rigged. There's things going on. No, I'm saying.
Okay, but today he does, right?
Today.
All right, wait. Okay.
But I don't want to
wait. I
the
just want to say
outcome from today to justify.
Okay.
Yeah, because the election, was.
Fair enough. But wait, Robs, you're making that clarification. Thank you for that clarification. And so what you're saying is, back then he didn't know that he lost the election, but now he does know that he lost the election.
I'm saying, in my opinion,
wait a second. But now he knows he lost the election, but he's spreading the lie that he won the election anyway, and you're gonna vote for him, right?
I actually don't know if I'm gonna vote for him. I wanted Vivek, funny enough.
But you just said he knows he lost the election, and he's continuing to lie to the American people every single day, and you're unsure if you're gonna vote for him.
I'm unsure. No, I'm saying, in my opinion, there's probably a part of him that that genuinely he might have just lost.
So now
that
he's going back on what you're
now
saying.
that he knows. The lie of American people, sure. If that's something he's peddling, where look, this election was stolen from us, that's a lot of what a lot of his base thinks. So if he said no, absolutely,
isn't that shameless? Isn't that evil?
I could think of a lot more shameless.
I'm not asking what you can think more shameless. Yeah, I can think of things that are more shameless and more evil. Isn't that evil?
I don't know if it's evil. I would just say
you
it's
lie to
more
the
of his
people and say
campaign.
you won an election that you lost. Isn't that evil?
Evil? I don't know. No.
What else could be evil if not claiming you won an election that you lost?
I've heard far worse.
Just because something is worse doesn't mean that's not evil.
The influence of media, the influence of this administration,
Why are you pivoting?
lying to people like on the daily, I think that's far worse.
Is the president lying? The president lying about winning an election? Is that not? If that's not evil, isn't this one of the most important parts of being the president? Is the peaceful transfer of power?
First of all, yeah, I said there's a chance. First of all,
if he was, he would be evil.
Huh?
If he was lying about it, it would be evil, right?
Evil is a pretty strong word, but I wouldn't say definitely lying about it. That's why I said in the beginning.
You said deep down you think he believes he lost.
Yeah, he could. Yes, even if he does.
No, you realize what you've done by admitting what everyone knows to be true. First you tried to limit the damage by saying, "Oh no, I just meant after." Then you realize that did nothing to cure the problem, and that the fundamental problem is that yes, all of us believe that deep down he knew he lost, and he's lying, and it's one of the worst things that an American president can do is to tell the American people that the election was stolen when it wasn't, and when he know it wasn't.
Let me look. Here's a way I genuinely think it's stolen. The way it was stolen was everything leading up to the election, as far as the media and what social media accounts pushed. The entire you don't understand how many voters there are, including That 100% it was stolen. 100%.
You know what I'm referencing. You know what he's referencing. He's talking about illegals voting. He's talking about fake ballots.
The voter ballots, I'm not even certain of myself because I've heard a lot from both sides.
Do you believe elections are stolen or
If
not?
he had any evidence, why wouldn't he just take them to court? Why wouldn't he sue?
Did he not take some evidence to court?
No.
Yeah, but he lost 61 out of the 62
Okay, so
cases.
Let me ask you this, just because I'm very just curious. These court cases, is it everything you guys looked at in detail and deemed there was no possible chance? Because
we looked at them in detail. Yes.
Every year after, I think it was like, sorry, once I'm trying to juggle so many things at once. Every year after, I think it was the rise of 2020. The only thing I heard was injustice in this country. Number one.
Holy shit.
The court system, the corrupt judges, no fairness. Our legal system is broken. That's all I've heard. But then when Trump faces trial,
Interesting weapon choice.
everyone all of a sudden turned to no. There's no possibility of a slight bias in our court system, which is why I say where's the consistency? Can you educate me on that?
People in 2020 were wrong about stuff, and mistakes were made. I mean, you're talking to people. Stephen, who in real time was highly critical of some of the statements, both defund the police, some of the more radical statements about injustice in prosecution of various people. So, I mean, yes, you're going to find idiots all the time. And during 2020, there were a lot of dumb people who were misguided, a lot of dumb people who were malicious, a lot of stupid arguments. That is not a basis for you to debase yourself by supporting or possibly supporting or being cute about supporting someone who knew they lost an election and claimed the opposite.
All of the same talking points that you're espousing. I've looked at everything. I desperately tried to find anything that would suggest that there was a large-scale election fraud. Everything that Trump has ever made on Twitter turned out to be not true. Georgia, Arizona, the 62 lawsuits that he filed in December.
4 blood vials in that one corpse. Holy shit.
They all failed. In fact, Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, Trump's lawyers have been completely decimated in court. The whole hammer and the whole hammer satellite conspiracy where the satellites were changing the votes inside of this. All of this has been brought up in court, and there isn't a shred of evidence.
Not to mention, most importantly, you will never find an example on the left the egregious lies that Fox News told about the Sidney Powell voter fraud. They were the same claims that you're repeating right now. Fox News hosts were laughing at you and making fun of you for being stupid. They were using that's what came out in text message. That's how we settled with Dominion. We're actually settled in court, the largest defamation settlement in all of corporate history in the United States of America. You will never find anything on the left when you're talking about lying like that. And those lies that Fox News was doing, that was because they were trying to keep up with the alternative media. They were trying to keep up. They were laughing at you the entire time when you believed this.
Yo, Rob, everything you said just a moment ago wasn't they were all just opinions you got from alternative news media sources on the right that don't do any journalism themselves. They just have opinions on the mainstream media.
Yo, Destiny.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
What?
All right. All right. First of all, big fan of you. Not really a fan of Rob, but in fairness, I do want to talk about one where the media did, I won't say lie, but lie by omission about Trump, and then just totally turned away from him. NPR, when the whole Russian Gate scandal and the Mueller reports came out, they was going hard on Trump. And one of the things that they did do was have shit on NPR 26 times. And I can tell you where the report is. It's in the free press. But 26 times they had shit on as a guy. So was really for them anyway, like real proof. They just false. That's what they use. False.
Sure. And listen, it's possible to criticize them for getting things wrong, but you know what you don't have from NPR? You don't have any evidence that is true. We know this is all over and over again.
That's true. But what they did was not say, hey, look, we messed up. They just completely abandoned that whole thing and found something else to go on.
What's the false statement that you're identifying right now?
The false actions of having good guidance.
False action. When you say false action, what do you mean by that?
All right. Well, if they had shift on, like 5-6 times saying, updating what's going on in the news report, that'd be cool. But 26 times and guiding them to different types of
well, wait, did he even lie about anything?
Do you know the substance of the thing that you're identifying as false? Do you know what you're identifying as false?
Hold on.
Yes, no, I don't know. Yeah, if you don't know.
The whole write-up, and right now I'm working, but I just wanted to talk about in fairness. Yuri Berliner, in the Free Press said, I've been at NPR for 25 years, here's how we lost America's trust. This is his report. He was a senior editor for NPR, and he goes into the whole story about how this happened and everything changed. I heard it like around May, but to go back and reference, I'm working, so I can't give offhand the exact thing.
I can try to. There are a lot of people who in the before the Mueller report was released, I hope that's what you're referencing, would like hype up what they expected to see. That they were like, oh, we're expecting to see that Russia, or that, you know, Trump was engaged in a criminal conspiracy with Russia related to the email hack or something like that. And to the extent that there was like a lot of feeling that, or implications made by certain people in positions of authority, that it was proved that like Trump was a Russian agent, that was wrong for sure. But a lot of times when people are trying to identify like the false statements, usually they're taken out of context or they're catastrophized. Were there some things wrong about the narrative of Russia? Yeah, but there was also a lot of reasons to be suspicious, skeptical, curious about what Mueller was going to come to. And just because people were, like, I recall vividly people like Romano and others being like very anticipatory and for the release of the but I don't recall them making like completely false statements about what has been established or not.
Okay, and I will say this. Again, I can't go over and read it because I'm working at Amazon. But one of the things is that with them, it's not as overt with like how NPR was leaving.
Are you okay?
Fuck.
Can you just say he's working at Amazon?
Oh. Okay, I did kill him.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got a phone call. But yeah, I was saying that they were losing a lot of information and people to infer that this is a big possible thing. So no, it's not as blatant, but with them being a public radio station, with them having journalists, with everything else, that is kind of on the ilk of totally just not going with journalists. You know what I'm saying?
Even if we accept your version, right, and there's some truth to your version, right? Even if we accept it, though, what happened after Mueller released the report and the facts were made clear? People were a lot more conservative about what they were going to say. I mean, you sometimes still hear people today being very outlandish who will say, you know, Trump is a Russian operative, kind of tongue-in-cheek a little bit, though, you know, that kind of thing. But people change their mind in response to evidence. It's not what you see with respect to some of these fraud, like election claims, where, and this is the part that really tickles me all the time. I watched Mitt Romney's speech right after, right after the insurrection, where he says, what they were asking for us to do was like a congressional audit. Not everyone was asking for that, but like a lot of people saying Congress should audit that. Do you think that these insurrectionists, that anyone was going to believe any audit that came out of Congress? You're laughing. You're laughing, right? Like, so that is what to me is so damaging about all of this. Nothing would have convinced you.
No, man, I also agree with you. I was just, in fairness, he asked for one example. I was just bringing up one example. I truly believe that most of these conversations with people that say that they're centrist, but they keep defending Trump, they're not going to see any point because either they have some type of agenda or they're completely stupid. Bye, Rob.
Hey guys, sorry, I was babysitting, picking people up, all that stuff. I was cut off a little bit. I don't have a speaker, so I don't really hear what you guys said.
Talking about Trump Russia.
But when it was after that, yeah. But to my clarification, yes. Thanks for letting me clarify and talk about the time of events after the fact, during January 6th, and all that. Trump and Russia thing, yeah. I guess we kind of went over that with what you guys said about that.
Is that all of them?
From just seeing foreign news channels and like what's broadcasted on foreign news channels. That, and for the fact that I still disagree. Not a couple of points. A couple points I agree with. I still disagree with, Proud Boys.
No items.
They just didn't know.
Lame as fuck.
Couldn't be done. This is the capital. You know what I mean? Like, this is from everything I've seen too. Which again, you're probably gonna say, "Oh, I watched Tucker Carlson or like fucking go on those like." I don't do any of that. I was actually more so all the news media I did get in the past before I was ever really just on like X or anything was from CNN and just regularly what would come on during like commercial breaks and stuff. But that was actually the first time I heard on MCP broadcast. That was actually my first time I discovered was when the lady who first spoke literally said 5 people were killed as a result of these riots, and I was like, fucking 5, that's 5 too much.
Rob, I'm sorry to interrupt, but what are you getting at here? I don't even know your media diet.
I'm talking about CNN media, the January 6th.
Yeah.
Why are you talking about that?
That was the last thing I think we left off as when my thing was cut off.
I said that, like, it sounds to me like your entire media diet is opinion-based.
My entire media diet is opinion-based?
I don't think you actually, like, read any, like, court cases, documents, reports through evidence.
Okay,
Just listen to people talk.
I'm talking about what that. I'm talking about a lot of that explaining it. A lot of that was lies. A lot of that was fabricated. A lot of that was exaggerated. Complete.
Yeah, but you only seem to know about some of the lies you disagree with on one side. Like, again, the Fox News Dominion thing. A lot of the same voter fraud things that you're talking about, they knew those were all lies. Are you aware that every claim that
No, I'm not talking about specific voters. I told you I didn't even look into that.
Okay, wait. So I was saying just for that then, for the Kraken, you know that all those voter fraud claims, that was a lie.
What? From who?
Fox News knew that Sidney Powell was lying, that she had no evidence for any of those claims, but they still propagated all of it, everything she said.
Okay, she lied, okay.
Okay. You do know that, like, everybody knows that lies like that are what led to the insurrection on January 6th, those lies that Trump also spread.
So you're saying they were for sure notable lies. You could prove them.
Yes, it was part of the Dominion lawsuit. So, for instance, quoting on January 20th, Rupert Murdoch, okay, says, the more I think about McConnell's remarks or complaints, the more I agree. Trump insisting on the election being stolen and convincing 25% of Americans was a huge disservice to the country. Pretty much a crime. Inevitable that it blew up January 6th. Best we don't mention his name unless essential, and certainly don't support it.
Someone said that. He knew for a fact it was stolen, but he still incited that.
Excuse me, this is Rupert Murdoch, okay, who was part of making a lot of decisions and working with the executive team on Fox, choosing whether or not to actually platform people, okay, like Sidney Powell on these programs. And a lot of the other hosts were saying the exact same shit. Yes.
So you're saying Rupert Murdoch said
that she knowingly lied about this stuff.
Correct. That's why they lost. Or no, they didn't lose. They settled immediately because they didn't want to end up going to court on this. Yes.
Okay. I mean, I don't know exactly what that points to, because talk show hosts are saying, oh, our bad guys, we lied about this. Oh, wait, we got to pull this guy out because he lied. Some don't do anything and knowingly spread lies. I'm not sure what the point of this is.
If you're knowingly spreading a lie in order to...
Oh, they're doing that right now. They're doing that today.
Why do you keep
this has
pivoting?
been going on.
There's nothing that is the equivalent of this lie that originated from a president's campaign in order to hold on to power.
Very fine people. So how would that happen, holding on to power? Because the way you guys
that it was supposed to happen
like,
was...
oh, there was 600...
The way that it was...
Why,
oh, sorry. I thought you wanted an explanation. My bad. You were just going to rail it.
This was... The severity... You're saying the severity of this... If this was the ultimate goal, then most protests out here were peaceful. Some Proud Boys, you said, a couple hundred Proud Boys. If you're saying this is the ultimate goal, they kind of sucked at that, didn't they? They could have just done it.
You can't say that because they failed, that wasn't the goal. Like, I don't know how... That's not an argument against anything. You realize,
I'm not saying...
right?
Yeah, I understand. I'm saying the same evidence or fact statements that you're making to me of saying the severity of the case kind of goes back to, well, if it was this severe, there was no precautions, there's nothing done to back up the severity of this.
I don't...
It's almost like
people were trying to counter
like
Trump's lies about voter fraud for the entirety of the...
And got like 1,000 problems marching into the Capitol.
I'm gonna level up and get
I
off.
could almost do that. Because a lot of the evidence you were talking to me about that with January 6th,
They did. They stopped the certification of the vote. That was the goal. They only left after the National Guard showed up and Donald Trump told them to go home when he realized that Pence and everybody else wasn't going to side with them. They did what they tried to do. The insurrectionists did exactly what they were supposed to do, which was hold the Capitol, delay the certification of the vote, and then hopefully see if a lawmaker or Pence will come through and side with Trump. Nobody did.
Okay.
I feel like if they wanted an actual coup, that would not have been what happened.
What would they have done differently? Blown up the Capitol building?
An actual coup, I feel like they would have gone at least armed.
Hold on, some of them were armed. What do you mean?
The reason why I even mentioned this in the first place with January 6th was because I'm talking about the people that were there. The entire time that I've heard about January 6th, from the day it started up until now, being worse than 9/11, worse than Pearl Harbor, the worst day in American history. Oh my gosh, it was so bad. People are like literally crying over it, which is, I've never seen it.
Why do you think people said it was worse than this? Wait, can you even explain the argument? Why are they saying it was worse than those two things?
That's what I'm telling you. It's absurd.
I feel like that's just the media.
No, I'm asking you, why do you think...
I couldn't place it into Pearl Harbor.
No, hold on. Why do you think it was worse?
I don't think it was worse.
No, why do you think people might say that in a way it was worse? Can you even...
I have no idea.
I even said it earlier. People said it was worse because the U.S. president was the one instigating it. Do you understand how that might be like a special, uniquely bad thing?
So okay.
No, wait. Can you answer that? Do you understand that the U.S. president staging a coup, even if it is unsuccessful, is a uniquely bad thing?
Staging a coup is a pretty strong word to use, number one, I would say. Number two, the whole, all
right. Jesus Christ. I'm getting off. I got on late, so I'm getting off late. All right.
The strike is over. This is the year. Me falling asleep. I was hunching the fuck over in my seat. So get the hell out of here. Find somewhere to be. You can keep watching something, but you won't be watching me. The stream is over. catching something. But you won't be watching